739. Ju-mi seemed to have planned this beforehand. Other than the ferry that the two of them were standing on, everything else, including the Peach Leaf Ferry and the Great Spring Dynasty where the Peach Leaf Ferry was located, seemed to have turned into a realm of the Great Void. Only the sun and the moon hung in the sky as two candles. Under the illumination, it was like a boat in the void. The two immortals stepped into the void together and crossed the long river of time together. The lantern paintings on horseback were constantly changing on the ferry, blooming with the unique colorful glaze of the time scroll, illuminating the two scholars in front of each other. They were sparkling, as if they were two silent and heartless ancient deities. Qi Jing-chun stood at the bow of the floating boat and looked around at the paintings of time that suddenly appeared and suddenly disappeared. This green-robed scholar did not travel much in his lifetime. He could be considered the one who traveled the least among the direct disciples of the literary sage. He studied when he was young and studied when he was young. Later on, he only accompanied his senior brother who wanted to switch to swordsmanship and traveled to the Central Plains. However, in just a few years, he did not go to too many beautiful places. After that, the literary sage encountered a catastrophe. Embroidered tiger Kui Dong, who betrayed the literary sage's orthodoxy, finally chose the Aquarius continent and became the imperial tutor of the Dali dynasty. Qi Jing-chun seemed to have turned against him. He directly brought two of the literary sage's registered disciples, Maro Xiaodong and Ma Zhon. The three of them rushed to the Aquarius continent. In the capital of the Dali dynasty, they established one of the 72 academies of Confucianism, the Cliff Academy, and restricted Kui Dong everywhere. After that, Qi Jing-chun served as the sage in charge of the Lizhu Grotto Heaven for 60 years. Ju-mi was also observing the surroundings, searching for some subtle manifestations of the great Tao and the secrets of heaven. Soon, Ju-mi found some clues. In the gaps between the scrolls of time, there were subtle phenomena of starlight, like flickering candlelight. Even though the candlelight was far away, there were still wisps of weak light remaining. Eventually, they connected to form a clear path, like a riverbed that carried the flowing water of time. If it was placed in the real world of the Tongyi continent, this path would start from the Fuyao sect, Yarotian Street, the Huan family's Eagle Fortress, and go from west to east. At the border of the North Jin Kingdom and the Great Spring, there was the Temple of the Buried River, the Peach Leaf Ferry, Jiaoping Peak, and the North Qianqiu Peak Ferry. From south to north, the old site of the Taoist temple was the most important central ferry. Ju-mi was curious why Qi Jing-chun did not hide it. Since he had nothing to do, he casually said, "This path that Chen Pinggan walked through the Tongyi continent was the Anchor Light's senior brother Kui Dong helped you choose? So you are not afraid of the method that I used to control the river of time in the Fuyao continent against Bai Yi?" In other words, there are only a few thoughts in Qi Jingchun's mind, and one of them is your junior brother Chen Pinggan. It seems that your junior brother did not disappoint his two senior brothers. During the journey, his thoughts were heavy, as if he was touring the mountains and rivers with someone. This scholar who eventually became the last disciple of your sage of literature probably didn't even realize that the first book he wrote in his life was this landscape travel book. What a coincidence, it just so happened to coincide with Qi Jingchun's trip to Tongyi continent today. Qi Jing-chun did not notice and only looked at the paintings of time. Ju-mi did not think that this was Qi Jingchun's work. It was most likely that Xiu Hu's plan. Kui Dong's actions were more utilitarian. No wonder when Qi Jing-chun appeared, he dared to choose the battlefield in the Tongyi continent, a large world that was already in the bag. That was because the path of retreat had already been paved by senior brother Kui Dong and junior brother Chen Pinggan. This path of retreat was like a child playing, unintentionally placing two branches on the ground. The person had already walked far away, leaving the branches behind. It was also like a muddy puddle on a shabby alley, someone walking while placing down pebbles. The current Qi Jing-chun was a little weird. He did not have a physical body and did not have a real soul. However, although he was a person without a realm where all material objects were empty, he had a cultivation of the 14th realm. That was why Qi Jing-chun could not be distracted by other thoughts. Otherwise, he would break out of this mysterious realm himself. In short, Qi Jing-chun had already drawn a circle on the ground, leaving only a few thoughts that could be called beliefs. The rest were all destroyed and turned into puppets. For so many years, Qi Jingchun had been imprisoned in a certain section of the long river of time. There were not many people in the world who could understand the torment in this place. The founding masters of the three sects, Kui Dong and Ju Mi. Other than them, the 14th realm, even if their cultivation was sufficient, their understanding of the long river of time was not as thorough as the five of them. Therefore, it was very easy for Qi Jingchun to answer irrelevant questions and talk to herself. Everything was based on a few remaining thoughts as the foundation of everything. The moment he had more thoughts, Qi Jingchun would lose his cultivation. That was why the following battle between the two was different from Bai Yi, who used his heart to merge with the Tao. Zhong Jianbai also did not use his heart to complete his poem and remained at the peak of his cultivation. Qi Jingchun's 14th realm would only descend the mountain. Qi Jingchun was not in a rush, so Ju Mi was naturally not worried. Ju Mi suddenly smiled. I know what you are relying on. As expected, because of Qi Jingchun's teachings, Lizhu Grotto Heaven once gave birth to a small person with a golden body that merged both martial and civil luck. However, your choice is not that good. Why didn't you choose the more suitable clay statue in the celestial tomb? Why did you choose this badly damaged one? Tao fate? Nostalgia? Or is it just pleasing to the eye? After being exposed by Ju Mi, a hidden Dharma image appeared behind Qi Jingchun. It was a mottled statue with a broken golden body and a 5-colored armor. However, there was a jade hairpin on its head. The scales of the armor were continuous and the edges of the armor were decorated with 2 lines of pearls. The pearls were round and full, and there were many broken arms. With the mountain and river fate that the small golden person gathered, Qi Jingchun used a different method to reach a realm where he could temporarily reconstruct a complete soul. Then, he used a Daoist spirit official statue as his resting place and used Buddhist nature to stabilize his soul. In the end, he followed a Buddhist principle: although the light is extinguished, the lamp remains. This was the unity of heaven and man that the Confucian scholars pursued tirelessly. It was also what the Buddhists meant by staying away from inverted dreams, cutting off thoughts and living in the fourth land of wisdom. It was also what the Taoists meant by stepping into the void and keeping the peace. Qi Jingchun turned a deaf ear to Ju Mi's words. He lowered his head and looked at the path that was extremely slender compared to the big world. Or rather, it was Chen Pingan's mental path when he traveled to the Tongye continent. Qi Jingchun deduced a little and found that some of the mental paths of the young man who left and returned to his hometown with a sword on his back were happy, such as touring the magnificent mountains and rivers with his good friends. Some of them were sad, such as watching some children travel far away on the streets and alleys of the Eagle Castle. Some of them were rare youthful spirits, such as at the buried river god residence, where the teacher said the order and fell drunk after saying it. The scholar in green, who should not have other thoughts, smiled and said, when the heart lamp is lit, the night is like day. The world is cold and the Tao tree is eternal. Little junior brother, you have read many books. Qi Jingchun forcibly broke the so-called sincerity in her heart and murmured, Sir is too busy. Kui Dong is too ruthless and too stubborn. He is too young and the burden is too heavy. How can there be such a laborious little junior brother in the world? Qi Jingchun did not look at Ju Mi. Are you happy and curious that I would destroy my own cultivation and teach you what it means to be the best and the only one, but I would take the initiative to leave this state? A scholar like you would not understand, let alone do it. I know you don't believe me. This is very similar to Kui Dongshan when he first came to Lizhu Grotto Heaven. But don't think that you are the same as Xiu Hu and you are not worthy. No matter how rebellious Kui Dong is, he is still the first disciple of the sage of literature. He is also a scholar. Ju Mi smiled and said, this is not a debate between the three sects. Let's not argue. Qi Jingchun laughed it off. He raised his sleeve and covered Ju Mi's heart. If I don't see it, there will be no heaven and earth. As the master of this heaven and earth, Ju Mi's words do not count. Then, he put 2 fingers together. Qi Jingchun picked up a chess piece from the heaven and earth chessboard. The great void's night sky, which used the sun and moon as candles, was suddenly left with only the bright moon. It was forced to reveal a boundless sea of books. The moonlight reflected on the water. A snow-white chess piece quickly condensed on Qi Jingchuan's fingertips. It was like a piece of paper being gently lifted. The surface of the boundless sea of books was suddenly pitch-black like a pool of ink. Qi Jingchun released his fingers. The white chess piece stopped in the air and covered the bright moon again. Qi Jingchun turned and picked up a black chess piece. The scene of heaven and earth that was originally like a pool of ink was illuminated again. It became a scene where only the great sun was shining on the snow-white side. Qi Jingchun said, "Break." The black and white chess pieces hanging beside him shattered with a light knock. The two restrictions of heaven and earth that Zhu Mi had secretly set up were broken and disappeared. Zhu Mi frowned slightly. He shook his sleeve and put two fingers together. His fingertips caught two simple black and white words. They were the real names of the two great demons that were born from the great Tao in Zhu Mi's heart lake. They were the real names of the Lotus Nunnery Master and the sovereign Yarrow Jiao. Zhu Mi returned the look and shook his head. "Cliff Academy? This academy's name is not good." The heavenly thunder cracked the cliff and the great tribulation of karma fell. So much so that you, Qi Jingchun, have nowhere to hide. If Qi Jingchun hid, the great Tao's karma would affect the entire Lizhu Grotto heaven. It would also affect the fate of the mountains and rivers of the Aquarius continent. Now that the Dali dynasty, which was a country and a continent, had its fate reduced by 30 to 40%, the demon army of the wilderness should be near the capital and not be stopped at the border of the southern peak. However, embroidered tiger Kui Dong still did not mind this. It was nothing more than shrinking the battle line and making the continent's defensive formation tighter. Finally, the troops would be stationed on the two sides of the central Great Blasphemy, which would most likely change its name, and defend the capital. Once this was done, the wilderness would suffer fewer losses, but it would make things more difficult for Zhu Mi. Then I will listen to the ancient people and order the ghosts and gods to grind the cliff. When Zhu Mi finished speaking, a white drawing of the mountains and rivers of the Aquarius continent appeared in the void around him. There was a cliff academy that had not yet gone to the Great Sui Kingdom, and a school in a small town in the Lizhu Grotto heaven. The three scenes were all illusions of Zhu Mi's heart, but it was very likely that they were the truth of Qi Jingchuan's heart lake. This kind of technique and abhina would be a baffling waste of effort to anyone else, but it was useful against the current Qi Jingchun. The remnants of the ancient gods stepped on the mountains and rivers of a continent, sinking it instantly. A storm fell on the Cliff Academy, covering the sound of books. A small grotto heaven condensed into a Lizhu grotto heaven was crushed by the heavenly tribulation and collapsed. Qi Jingchun allowed Zhu Mi to execute his abhina and kill the three truths that the other party thought were infallible. He laughed. The wilderness's literature is very thorough, and there are indeed many books. There are 3 million books, big and small worlds. There are only 300 worlds in the Tower of Scrolls. Zhu Mi nodded and said, "It's not much of a skill, but it's hard to avoid nostalgia." Qi Jingchun laughed and asked, "Are you just going to run around like a headless fly? Are you not willing to use your trump card and not willing to let me see the image of my junior brother in your heart? Or are you worried about someone and making a long-term plan?" Zhu Mi laughed and replied, "I'm not a scholar. If I have a question, I'll ask you to answer it." Logically speaking, since Zhu Mi had already noticed the path of the lamp in the heart, the first person to be killed should be the young hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Through Li Zhen's year after year of observation, dialogue, and provocation on the other side, Zhu Mi turned around and checked the scenes of the two rivers of time that Li Zhen and Lu Feiyan saw, one near and one far away. Zhu Mi's understanding of Chen Pinggan was not shallow. Moreover, there was also Zhu Mi's direct disciple, the sword cultivator Liu Bai. The mountain and river restriction that was set up in the Jiazi tent was originally Lu Feiyan, or rather, Zhu Mi's work. The young hidden official did not see the light of day, but Zhu Mi saw that he was completely unhindered. Every word, every action, and even the changes in his state of mind were flawless. However, the imperfection was the young man. Zhu Mi did not know if it was because of his good luck or because he was used to being cautious, but he could not find an entrance to the young man's heart. Otherwise, Zhu Mi's yin spirit would travel far away and land in Chen Pinggan's heart lake. With the young reclusive official's small world, He could help Ju Mi isolate the sword aura from the Great Wall. Lu Feiyan would sooner or later become the new Chen Pinggan. Ju Mi did not dare to say that this plan would succeed, but as long as the young hidden official was not careful, he would lose everything. During this period, the Mountain and River Travel Book actually had a lot of bad things. It was supposed to be a joint immortal hand for Kui Dong and Ju Mi to display their supernatural powers. At that time, the reason why Ju Mi instructed Li Zhen to hand over the book to let Chen Pinggan, who was trapped and bored, read it because Ju Mi felt that it would be an opportunity to break the deadlock. At least, it would cause ripples in Chen Pinggan's state of mind. Unexpectedly, it made Chen Pinggan's Dao heart more tenacious. It was as if he immediately sensed embroidered Tiger Kui Dong's intention after flipping through the book once. A scholar could escape from a cage with the word benefit, but he might not be able to escape from a world with the word name. Therefore, when Li Zhen handed over the Mountain and River Travel Book, Ju Mi had already refined 6 words before Chen Pinggan. He hid 4 grains of divine light in them, which were respectively on the 4 words Yellow Bird and Fish Dragon in the 4th chapter. This was to guard against Kui Dong. In addition, there were also the 2 words Ning and Yarrow, which hid a grain of divinity that Ju Mi had extracted. This was to trick the young hidden official's mind. He did not expect that Chen Pinggan, from the beginning to the end, did not put the words into the Heart Lake. He only hid them in the heaven and earth in the sleeve with the supernatural power of fake jade. At that time, Lu Feiyan, who had already become Ju Mi's Dao fusing yin spirit, made an exception and went to the top of the city wall to chat with Chen Pinggan. One of the things he did was to completely dispel the divine light and divinity. Then, with the help of the reverse flow of the long river of time, Chen Pinggan was completely unaware. However, it could be seen that Xiao Hu really did not care about the life of his junior brother. Because as long as there was a mistake in any link, Chen Pinggan would no longer be Chen Pinggan. Or could it be that the Chen Pinggan case and the Qingzhou Lake in the travel book were also a kind of unimaginable protection for Kui Dong? So early on, to put a young man in a dangerous situation where his Dao heart could collapse at any time? The robe on Xiao Chuo's body was refined by the fate of the 3 continents. Slashing left and right with the sword was equivalent to slashing the teacher's body. Left and right still slashed at the teacher without hesitation. Qi Jingchun was also at the 14th level. On top of that, there was the young hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the Aquarius continent's Xiao Hu, Kui Dong. The direct disciple of the sage of literature's lineage did not even need to talk about cultivation realms. How did he cultivate his heart? What kind of brains did he have? Ju Mi was somewhat sincerely impressed. He removed the 3 futile heart image worlds. He clasped his hands behind his back. If it wasn't for your appearance, I would have many hidden trump cards that the world would have no way of knowing. If I lose, I blame fate. If I win, I rely on luck. Qi Jingchun, just look around. This boundless sea of books seemed to be complete, but in fact, it was crisscrossed. Moreover, many big and small worlds overlapped mysteriously. In this world, even the river of time no longer existed. After losing the 2 heaven and earth restrictions and the camouflage technique of the 14th level cultivator, a pavilion that was originally hidden by Ju Mi appeared. It connected the heavens and the earth, which was one of the fundamental great Daos in Ju Mi's heart. The pavilion was divided into 3 levels. There were 3 people in each level. One was a skinny scholar in green robes, who was the manifestation of the frustrated Jiao Sheng's state of mind. The other was a thin old man with a bamboo flute at his waist. He was the description of Lu Feiyan, which implied Ju Mi's new identity in the wilderness. At the highest level, there was a young scholar about 20 years old. However, his eyes were gloomy and his figure was stooped. He was high-spirited and lethargic. 2 completely different auras appeared alternately, like the alternation of the sun and the moon. The former Jiao Sheng and the present Ju Mi merged into one. Qi Jingchun did not even need to look into the distance to see the scenery of the pavilion. On the first level, books were piled up like mountains. They were placed with great care and effort. One of the books was in the shape of a sway mountain. Other than the 5 book mountains that were written by Mr. 3 Mountains and 9 Marquises, It could be considered the world's oldest true shape map of the 5 mountains. After that, Ju-mi also had the whimsical idea of splitting open the sky and refined countless characters. On the first level of the pavilion, there were 9 majestic towers. Among them, Sword-Guarding Tower and Base Tower were the most meticulous. On the second level of the pavilion, there was a Jin Hui Chin, the end of a chess game, a few copybooks, a collection of poems with 5 quatrains, and a couplet from a scholar's study. Beside the couplet, there was a long sword. Qi Jing-chun did not care about Ju-mi. He just casually flipped through the 3 million books as if his mind was wandering thousands of miles. Using the word still to concentrate, using the spring breeze to flip through the books. There were more than 300 books of different heights and different sizes that overlapped each other. Many of them were the only ancient books that Qi Jing-chun did not have the chance to read in his lifetime. Ju-mi smiled and said, "My favorite quatrains in my life are the 5 quatrains. 20 words, just like 20 celestials. If Liu Cha only cares about his own feelings and is unwilling to listen to the command to draw his sword even once, then I can only help him to ask the mellow scholars of the South Hassa continent. In my heart, there are 20 celestial swordsmen who have manifested, just enough to form a quatrain with 5 quatrains named Celestial of Swords. In ancient times, there were a total of 10 people. Among them, Chen Qingju, Guan Zhao, and Long Jun lived the longest. I was lucky enough to see each of them draw their swords with my own eyes. Among the 10 sword cultivators and swordsmen of the later generations, there is still no difference between them. Each of them is pure and outstanding in their own way. Yu Do of the Beko Keikyang building, the most proud of Bai Yi, the founder of the Longhu Mountain, Zhao Xuansu, who dared to go to outer space and even dared to die. The current great celestial master, Zhao Tianlai, who dared to come to Tongye continent, Sun Huizhong of the Da Xuanju Monastery, who was willing to lend his sword to others, the young Dong Sangeng who traveled alone in the wild world, Chen Shi who almost fought with the old blind man Wen Jian, the bearded hero Liu Cha, Alliance who was the least like a scholar of the quasi-sage lineage, and the left and right who came from the lineage of the literary sage. In addition, Xiao Chuo who is neither good nor evil and has a free nature, Ning Yao who is ascending to the great Tao, the future Liu Cai, and Chen Pinggan whom you, Qi Jing-chun, have high hopes for can all be considered as substitutes. It was rare for Qi Jing-chun to listen to Ju-mi's words, but he was still distracted by flipping through the book. Ju-mi looked at the young Jiao Sheng himself on the top floor of the attic. On the top floor, an incense burner was placed on top of a book, and the book was placed on top of a straw cushion. Ju-mi muttered to himself, "The human world is not tied to a boat. I once had the pleasure of slaying ghosts and bandits. Heaven and earth cannot bind me. I don't have the heart of a Jindan cultivator." Qi Jing-chun looked at the attic and said, "You chose to be the enemy of the world with books. To be the companion of the ancients. To be friends with the heavens. It's just watching the freedom of the human heart. Don't think that the Central Plains Confucian Temple has accepted the 13 policies of Taiping and that there will be eternal peace. It's impossible. When Quisha was young, there was a saying that a truly powerful country would choose to live in peace when it had the power to invade other countries. Within the country, knowledge would be passed down from generation to generation, and the hearts of the people would be united. It would be a mutual bond between people. It would be a place where every traveler would never be estranged from his hometown. It would be a place where even more people who had never read the books of the sages would do things that they did not know were reasonable. The old Shotsai stood quietly at the door, clapping his hands and smiling. He seemed happier than if he had won a debate between the 3 sects. That was the first time he had offered to drink today. After drinking that day, the old Shotsai was in a particularly good mood. Taking advantage of the alcohol, he stepped on the bench and raised his arm high. He did not even care about the wine spilling on the floor and said something in high spirits. It was a question of the teacher answering his own question. What was the heart of a pure child? It did not have much to do with a person's age. It was nothing more than someone burning the bridge after crossing the river. Some people wanted to pave the way and repair the bridge. Some people wanted to eat and put down their chopsticks to curse. Some people wanted to quietly clean up the dishes and care about the stability of the tables and chairs. Some people thought that growing up was to be tactful. Some people thought that growing up was to endure more hardships for themselves and others. Some people thought that the strong were unrestrained and had a kind of pure freedom. Some people thought that they wanted to become strong because they wanted to do something for the world. That was also the first time he had said that he could drink tomorrow. However, he added that he would let Xiao Qi set up a stall to make money. Senior brother and I would be responsible for keeping people warm. Blockhead would only scare away the customers if he joined in the fun. Many books that had been flipped by the spring breeze began to disappear into thin air. In an instant, dozens of worlds disappeared in Ju-Mi's heart. If it were a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, even if he used all his strength and did not consume any spiritual energy, it would take him several years to dispel so many restrictions. Ju-Mi seemed a little helpless. He said, using this as a distraction, "Is it really not considered stealing when a scholar steals books?" Qi Jingchun glanced at the attic. Ju-Mi also wanted to borrow the knowledge of the 3 sects in other people's hearts to sharpen his Dao heart and take a shortcut to break through the bottleneck of the 14th realm. Ju-Mi wanted to reach a higher level. He wanted to be taller than the sky. As for the so-called 3 million books, big and small worlds, and a 3-story attic, they were all tricks. For Ju-Mi now, they were already dispensable. Ju-Mi shook his head. "It's not easy." Qi Jingchun smiled. "A fish eats books. It can eat countless words, but it eats too little. Therefore, after you reached the 14th realm, you found yourself at a dead end. You can only eat words to become a Dao fusing great demons. Since it's so difficult, why don't I help you? Your heaven and earth are uneven. What a coincidence, I have a natal character. Can I lend it to you?" Ju-Mi shook his head. "I don't want to borrow that Qi character. I'm afraid that Zhaoling Shujun will risk his life and join forces with Kui Dong to destroy my Dao. It's just that you'll eat 3 million books and merge with the entire world before completely dissipating into the vast world. Or, I'll eat a level 14 that's hard to come by and break through the bottleneck. Both of us can indeed make a bet." Qi Jingchun finally started to flip through the books of the 3 sects for the first time. He first picked a rare book. Then, whether it was read or not, they were all flipped through by the spring breeze. The books disappeared one by one and merged into the 14th realm Qi Jingchun's great Dao. Ju-Mi frowned slightly. As Qi Jingchun flipped through the books, the Dharma form behind him started to crumble. On his left and right, 2 Qi Jingchun appeared. Their blurry figures gradually became clearer. One looked solemn and dignified, the other looked haggard. Qi Jingchun was in the middle. He was still the green-robed scholar with white hair. Ju-Mi's brows slowly relaxed. When Qi Jingchun ate enough books, he could merge the 3 sects and establish a sect in Ju-Mi's heart. Then, Qi Jingchun would really finish flipping through and borrow 3 million books in one go. Ju-Mi's heartstrings suddenly tightened. Without saying anything, he used his full strength for the first time. The 365 Qi residences all contained the reincarnations of the great demons of the desolate world, the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the remnants of the gods. They were all refined by Ju-Mi as his life source items. They were responsible for guarding the various blessed lands. It turned out that this Ju-Mi's Dao unification had completely refined his soul and physical body to the point that it looked like the blessed lands were connected to the blessed lands. Hence, Ju-Mi's body was already equivalent to a fully deserved brand new world. Once Qi Jingchun merged the 3 sects, even if he entered the 15th realm, it wouldn't be stable. Ju-Mi made the first move and occupied the heavens, earth, and Man. Qi Jingchun's chances of winning were indeed not high. But Ju-Mi didn't expect this pair of senior and junior brothers to make such a crazy move. Qi Jingchun's 14th realm wouldn't last for long. But once that embroidered tiger entered the 14th realm, with the help of Ju-Mi's 3 million books, both of their realms would choose to exchange the old for the new. In the central capital of the Aquarius continent, embroidered tiger Kui Dong raised his hand and formed the spring seal. He smiled and said, "If you can't solve a problem, ask me, Spring Breeze." And this Qi Jingchun, who was in Tongyi continent, suddenly shook his head and laughed out loud. Josheng's plan is indeed disappointing. Peak. 7:40. In the pavilion of Caiji Mountain, Kui Dongshan drank 2 pots of wine from Miss Chun Qing and felt a little apologetic. He shook his shoulders and slid to the other side of the railing where Chun Qing was. From his sleeve, he took out a bamboo food box. With a swipe of his hand, he condensed the water vapor in the mountain into a white cloud. He opened the 3 drawers of the food box and placed them in front of both parties. There were all kinds of pastries from the shop in Dragon Rider Alley, as well as some local delicacies. Chun Qing chose a piece of apricot cake. She held it in one hand and held it in the other. Kui Dongshan was holding the food with both hands. He tilted his head and gnawed on it as if he was gnawing on a small piece of sugarcane. The food was crisp and golden. Kui Dongshan was eating quite noisily. Chun Qing asked, "Is it the fried sanzi that is said to be crispy like snow in the mouth?" Kui Dongshan pointed to the drawer in front of him and said vaguely, "The origin is the same. On the 2nd of February, I bit the scorpion tail. But it is a little different from the sanzi you mentioned. In our Aquarius continent, it is called fried dough twist. The lotus root starch is cheaper, but the assorted stuffing is the most expensive. I specially bought it from a place called Osmanthus Street in Yellow Fence Mountain. When my husband was alone on the mountain, he liked to eat it. It was hard to imagine that a child who listened to old stories would one day become an old man who told stories to other children. Years ago, under the old locust tree, there was an annoying child who squatted alone a little far away. He pricked up his ears to listen to the stories, but he could not hear them clearly. Even if a person was bouncing on his way home, his footsteps would still be light. A child who was never afraid of walking at night would never feel lonely. He did not know what loneliness was. He just felt that he was alone and had few friends. But he did not know that it was actually loneliness, not loneliness. It was not only his young master who was like that. In fact, the vast majority of people's lives were like this. They had to endure every day. Kui Dongshan clapped his hands and put them on his knees. He quickly changed the topic and said with a mischievous smile, "The apricot cake that Miss Chun Qing ate was made in our Luo Po Mountain's old chef's hometown. It's delicious, right? When we go to Dragon Rider Alley, you can eat as much as you want. It's free. You can put it all on my tab." Kui Dongshan suddenly fell silent and lowered his head. After a while, Chun Qing turned her head and found that a scholar in a green robe was already standing behind them. The green shade and the scattered golden light in the pavilion passed through the scholar's figure together. At this moment, this person was truly in the realm of no man. Chun Qing wanted to jump down the railing and enter the pavilion to salute this gentleman. Qi Jingchun smiled and waved his hand, indicating that the little girl should just sit down. Kui Dong didn't turn his head. He asked in a muffled voice, "Ju Mi must be very angry to be played by you like this. Can Kui Dong escape?" Qi Jingchun nodded his head. At this point, Ju Mi will only judge the situation and choose the lesser of 2 evils. For the time being, he can't bear to fight to the death with Kui Dong. Once he kills Qi Jingchun in Tongyi continent, Kui Dong will only drop to Realm 13 and return to Aquarius continent. But Ju Mi would lose his extremely stable cultivation at the peak of Realm 14. His realm might not drop, but an ordinary Realm 14 could not support Ju Mi's ambition. Thousands of years of planning, all his hard work would be wasted. Ju Mi naturally could not bear to do so. "What I am truly worried about, you know very well." Kui Dongshan said, "I am not Kui Dong anymore. Whatever you say to me is useless. Qi Jingchun, don't think too much. You can go and see Pei Qian. She is my teacher, your junior brother's first disciple. She is now at Caiji Mountain. You can also go to Nanyu Ancestral Temple and chat with Song Jisin, who has changed a lot. When you return to Fudu, you can also guide Lin Shuyi in his cultivation. You don't have to waste your time and cultivation on me. As for what I should do and what I should not do, Kui Dongshan knows it." Qi Jingchun laughed. "I am worried about martial nephew Kui Dongshan." Kui Dongshan, who was invincible in scolding, was speechless for the first time. Qi Jingchun stood behind the young man and woman. Kui Dongshan muttered to himself, "I can't get enough of the scenery in the world." Kui Dongshan suddenly raged, You are so knowledgeable, your chess skills are so high. Then you should find a way to survive. If you have the ability to sneak into the 14th realm, why don't you have the ability to struggle at death's door? Qi Jingchun shook his head, speechless. Unknowingly, the originally white-haired middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance had now turned white past the young man's sleeves. It was a deathly white that lacked vitality. Kui Dongshan muttered, if teacher knows about today's matter, even if he returns to his hometown next year, he will die of grief. Who knows how careful teacher is on the path of life if you don't know? Teacher rarely makes mistakes, but he misses the people and things he cares about again and again. Kui Dongshan sensed Qi Jingchuan's qi abnormality behind him. He raised his head, but was still unwilling to turn around. They still made a move. Qi Jingchun nodded. Dali is the teacher of a nation, and the teacher of the wildlands. Since both sides have met, no one will be too polite. Don't worry, Jun Qian and Mount Longhu's great heavenly master will make a move either way. This is Kui Dong's return gift to Zhu Mi for surrounding and killing Bai Yi in Fuyao continent. Kui Dongshan frowned. Xiao Chuo is actually willing to not bother Dumbo's were. Qi Jingchun explained, Xiao Chuo doesn't like the great heavens, but she also doesn't like the wildlands. No one can stop her from doing as she pleases. Senior Marshal Brother Zhuo should have promised her that as soon as he returns from Tongya continent, he will fight her to the death. When the time comes, if you have the guts, go and persuade Senior Marshal Brother Zhuo. If you don't have the guts, then forget it. Kui Dongshan didn't comment and only sighed in relief. It seems like the 3 million volumes of books have become spring festival couplets on the door to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. Only you can think of and do something like that. Qi Jingchun shook his head. It was Kui Dong's idea on the spur of the moment. According to my original intentions, I shouldn't have done this. At first, I wanted to be a temporary door god. Forget it, there's no point in saying more. Perhaps Kui Dong's choice will be better. Perhaps, I hope so. Kui Dongshan said, so in the end, you still chose to believe in Kui Dong. Qi Jingchun suddenly said, if that's the case, and not only that, I see, further. Kui Dongshan said, no matter how far a person can see, it's not as far as walking. Qi Jingchun smiled. No, you guys are here. There were already so many chairs outside Luopa Mountain's peaceful peaks ancestral hall. If that's the case, what else can I say? The green-robed scholar who appeared from the Great Blasphemy Temple was originally Kui Dong, who borrowed Qi Jingchuan's cultivation of the 14th realm temporarily, and not the real Qi Jingchun himself. He planned to make a thorough plan to complete the Great Way. It was a conspiracy, but also an overt one. He predicted that Haoran Jiusheng would not hesitate to take out 3 million volumes of books to let Qi Jingchun stabilize his realm, so that the latter could be said to be extremely knowledgeable and well-versed in the knowledge of the three sects. In the end, Zhu Mi mistakenly thought that he could use this to unify the way. With the help of the Great Way of Heaven and Earth, he could suppress Qi Jingchun with his own Great Way of Heaven and Earth. In the end, he would eat up the fundamental knowledge of the three sects that allowed Qi Jingchun to successfully reach the 14th realm. This would make Zhu Mi's Great Way of Heaven and Earth more closely connected and flawless. Once it succeeded, Zhu Mi would really become an existence that even the Grand Masters of the three sects could not kill. He would become the biggest one in the world. It was not easy to fool Zhu Mi. Qi Jingchun had to be willing to hand over his cultivation to Dali Xiuhu, who had a deep grudge against him. Other than that, the real key was Qi Jingchuan's 14th realm Qi image. This was the hardest to disguise. The reason was simple. They were all 14th realm great cultivators. Qi Jingchun, Bai Yi, the old blind man in the wilderness, the chicken soup monk, and the old master of the Daoist temple of the Eastern Sea Monastery, but their great way of Tao differed greatly from each other. Zhu Mi was also 14th realm. How could he be fooled so easily? However, Kui Dong had taught Kui Dong in the line of the sage of literature. He taught the sage's principles in books, the 4 arts that were pleasing to the heart, and he taught them very well. Kui Dong himself had a deep understanding of the 3 sects and the 100 schools of thought. In addition, Kui Dong was the only direct disciple of the sage of literature who had accompanied the old scholar to participate in 2 debates between the 3 sects. As the first disciple, Kui Dong sat beside the sage of literature. Therefore, Kui Dong purposely revealed his identity in order to suppress the ancient high-level deity who tried to cross the sea and reach the shore. With Qi Jingquan's style of doing things when he was young, he stepped on the deity several times. Then, he used Qi Jingquan's 60 years of seclusion to clean up the battlefield. A portion of Qi Jingquan's mind was indeed with Kui Dong. He used the 3 natal characters to form the man without boundaries as a place of learning. However, the price of such a meticulous plan was that he had to constantly exhaust Qi Jingquan's mind and cultivation in exchange for an unimaginable shortcut for Kui Dong to reach the 14th realm. He used Qi Jingquan's knowledge of the Great Way and stole Juemi's sea of books, which were used by Kui Dong to repair and sharpen his own knowledge. Therefore, Kui Dong's greatest ruthlessness was that not only did he not choose to fight at the old site of Old Dragon City, he directly took the risk and went to Tongya Island's Peach Leaf ferry boat to face Juemi. Naturally, it was not Kui Dong's impulsiveness. The best result was that in the current situation, Qi Jingquan still had some of his mind left in the world. He could still appear in this pavilion and meet Kui Dongshan, who he did not know if he should call his senior brother or martial nephew. At the same time, he could also pave a way for Kui Dong to return to the Great Blasphemy Temple in the central capital of Aquarius Continent. The worst result was that Juemi saw through the truth. Then, Kui Dong, who was at the peak of the 13th realm, would have to drag along Qi Jingquan, who was at the peak of the 14th realm. The 2 of them would fight to the death with Juemi, and the victor would be decided in an incense stick's time. With Kui Dong's temper, of course, he would not hesitate to fight until the entire Tongya Island sank into the sea. Aquarius Continent lost Embroidered Tiger, and Juemi, whose own world was broken, was left in the wilderness. In any case, Kui Dong could accept both. At this moment, in the pavilion, the green-robed scholar and the white-robed youth did not isolate themselves from the world, and did not even speak with their minds. Chun Qing was extremely embarrassed. If she ate the pastries, it would be too disrespectful to the 2 scholars, but if she did not eat the pastries, she would be suspected of eavesdropping, so she could not help but ask, "Mr. Qi, Mr. Kui Dongshan, why don't I leave? I am an outsider, and have heard enough. My heart is beating like a drum, and I am very anxious." Kui Dongshan seemed to be angry. "Miss Chun Qing, you don't have to leave, just listen openly. Our Cliff Academy's mountain head Qi is a gentleman, and will never say anything that outsiders cannot hear." Qi Jingquan's figure flashed, and he actually sat on the railing beside Kui Dongshan, and turned his head to look at the white-robed youth, who was actually not a stranger. Kui Dongshan did not look sideways, and only looked into the distance, his hands lightly patting his knees. He did not expect that Qi Jingquan's brain seemed to be flooded with water, looking at a hammer, and had not seen enough, causing Kui Dongshan to feel uncomfortable all over, and just as he was about to reach out to grab a yellow fence mountain head, Qi Jingquan beat him to it, took it, and began to eat. Kui Dongshan muttered softly, other than chewing books, everything he ate was tasteless, and it was a waste of copper coins. Qi Jingquan said, "Just now, in Juemi's heart, I helped Kui Dong eat some books, and only then did I know that the old teacher of the Human World Academy lamented, and it was really reasonable." Kui Dongshan knew what Qi Jingquan was talking about. "There were so many books in the world that I did not want to read." Kui Dongshan said softly, "Actually, there were people who said that." Qi Jingquan also knew what Kui Dongshan wanted to say. "I don't want to say anything more to this world." Therefore, the young Kui Dongshan had said a lot of strange words and jokes over the years, but he did not speak much of his true thoughts, and would probably only say it to a few people, and it could be counted on one hand. Except for teacher Chen Pinggan, it seemed that there were only little Bao Ping, big sister Pei Qian, the little lotus person, and Xiaomi. Qi Jingquan smiled and withdrew his gaze. In fact, when Kui Dong was young, he was quite good-looking. No wonder in the years to come, there were countless love debts, and in fact, there were more love debts than senior brother. Back then, there were women who sold wine near teacher's school. As long as Kui Dong went to buy wine, the price would be much cheaper. In the academy, there were female guest professors who occasionally taught Confucian disciples, and many fairies with the title of Zong. They would try to get a letter from him, or deliberately send a letter to the sage of literature in the name of asking for knowledge. Teacher understood and asked his chief disciple to write a letter on his behalf every time. After the women received the letter, they carefully framed it into a copybook so that they could keep it well. Every time Alliance returned from traveling with him, he would cry that he had been reduced to a green leaf. In all honesty, the souls of the girls had been attracted by Kui Dong, and they did not even look at Brother Alliance anymore. Chun Qing reminded him in a low voice, "Mr. Qi." When Mr. Qi had more thoughts, his cultivation would be damaged more. Qi Jing-chun turned his head, reached out to press Kui Dongshan's head, and moved back to let this nephew get out of the way. Then he smiled at her and said, "Chun Qing, in fact, if you have time, you can really go to Luopa Mountain. It is a good place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, and it is full of outstanding people." Chun Qing nodded. "Okay. I'll listen to Mr. Qi." Kui Dongshan's face was full of grief and indignation. "Chun Qing, what's wrong with you? I spent a lot of effort and still couldn't get you to go to Luopa Mountain. Why did you agree so easily when Qi just said it casually?" Chun Qing blinked and said honestly, "You are not honest, but Mr. Qi is a gentleman." Qi Jing-chun looked at Tongyi Continent and said with a smile, "I have to admit, although Zhu Mi's actions are unreasonable and rebellious, he has indeed shocked the world when he goes up alone." Kui Dongshan's heart suddenly trembled as he remembered something. He looked at Qi Jingchuan's weak aura and said, "Fuyao Continent and Tongyi Continent are both territories of the wilderness. Could it be that just now?" Qi Jingchun nodded, confirming Kui Dongshan's guess. Kui Dongshan sighed. Zhu Mi was good at controlling the river of time, and this was the key to killing Bai Yi. Qi Jingchun did not let Zhu Mi succeed in the end. It seemed that they had already exchanged hands. Kui Dong, that old bastard, was destined to not have such methods even if he reached the 14th realm. He was more likely to add those killing abilities that he had been planning for a long time. Qi Jingchun stood up and wanted to see the first disciple that his little junior brother had taken in. It seemed that the teacher had helped to choose him. His little junior brother must have worked hard. Kui Dongshan wanted to say something but stopped. Qi Jingchun reached out and pressed Kui's shoulder. "In the future, if little junior brother still feels guilty and feels that he has done too little, at that time, you can help me tell little junior brother about this. Tell him where the golden joss stick figure came from." Kui Dongshan nodded. He was so sick that he couldn't muster up any energy. Qi Jingchun suddenly slapped his head so hard that Kui Dongshan almost fell into the pavilion. Qi Jingchun smiled. "I've wanted to do this for a long time. Back when I was learning from the teacher, you were the best at fanning the flames. I fought more than 90 fights, at least 80 of them were started by you. You contributed greatly to the many bad habits that the teacher developed later on." Kui Dongshan said angrily, "Are you complaining? Do you like to keep accounts? Who did my teacher and big senior sister learn these habits from?" Qi Jingchun smiled knowingly. His smile was like the spring breeze. His figure dissipated like the spring breeze that came and went without a trace. Kui Dongshan muttered, "Why don't you talk for a while more?" Chun Qing finished a tray of pastries silently. She finally couldn't help but remind him softly, "What about that sea-viewing realm old immortal from the frozen cloud inn? Are you just going to keep him in your sleeve?" Kui Dongshan rolled his eyes. "What are you talking about? There's no such person, no such thing." This little girl was really unkind. If he had known, he wouldn't have taken out those pastries to entertain the guests. Chun Qing said, "When we reach Luopa Mountain, shall we first go to the shop at Dragon Riding Alley?" Kui Dongshan immediately flattered, "Of course." Chun Qing suddenly said considerately, "Do you still want to drink?" Kui Dongshan became silent and shook his head. At the peak of Caiji Mountain, the white-clothed old ape walked down the divine path alone. He felt that something was wrong. The guardian of Zhengyang Mountain quickly looked around but didn't find anything strange. It was strange. Pei Qian stared with her eyes wide open. The scholar in green smiled and shook his head, indicating for her to keep quiet. He asked her telepathically what was bothering her and if she could tell her martial uncle. Outside the ancestral temple of Lord Nanyu, Song Jisin was sitting alone in a temporary study room. He was rubbing the space between his eyebrows. The powerful vassal of the great Li dynasty suddenly stood up and bowed to his teacher. In the ancestral temple of Chiju outside the capital of Dali, Lin Shuyi was just about to put away the second volume of the Cloud Gem book when the scholar in green sat down with a smile. He asked Lin Shuyi to bring a pen and paper for him to make annotations. In a nearby great blasphemy mansion, Wang Zhu, who had become the only true dragon in the world, looked at the uninvited guest with a stubborn face and raised her head high. In the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River, Liu Xianyang was taking a nap. His mind was wandering through a shocking ancient battlefield. He didn't know that Mr. Qi, who was also resting with his eyes closed, was sitting on a small bamboo chair beside him. He was protecting him for the last time. In the school of the small town, the scholar in green stood in the school and his figure gradually dissipated. Qi Jingchun looked outside the door as if the next moment, a shy boy in straw sandals would secretly raise his hand and rub his old and clean sleeve with his palm before he mustered up the courage to speak. Then, he would look into the school with a pair of clean and clear eyes and whisper, "Mr. Qi, there's a letter for you." The Peak. 741. At that time, Lu Chen was a guest at Furong Mountain. On a snowy night, he sat on a bamboo chair outside the door and enjoyed the snow quietly. Under the roof of the cottage, there was an old dog. Lu Chen, who was lying on his stomach, occasionally looked up at Lu Chen who was sitting. Lu Chen looked at the old dog and joked, "Is Zuzi looking at me again?" As the guest overpowered the host, Lu Tai, as the host, went to the observation platform at the peak of the mountain. He took out a white jade bed and held the white conch wine cup, which was as famous as the wine spring cup, in one hand and a snow-white long tail with a golden handle in the other. As he drank, he used the long tail to gently brush away the snow. Lying on the white jade bed, his elbows on the white porcelain pillow, "There is no one here to accompany me," the white conch wine cup. Lu Tai's eyes were hazy with drunkenness. He used the long tail to scatter the goosefeather snow and raised his cup. Like a great person, a great talent can move people. His voice became soft. Lu Tai put down the long tail and wine cup and sat cross-legged. He covered his sleeves with his hands and murmured, "No one is here to accompany me." The three direct disciples were already entertaining the guests at Furong Mountain and the last disciple who was still traveling in Jianghu. The young man was named Jin Ji by Lu Tai on the landscape register. He had no surname. Lu Tai gave the child a bamboo sword and carved two extremely small characters, Xia Dui, with a knife. When the child held the sword for the first time, Lu Tai laughed and told the disciple that he must become a sword immortal, a great sword immortal. Lu Tai taught the last disciple a Tao mantra and a few fist stances. He did not teach anything else but gave the child a total of 32 sword manuals. In fact, Lu Tai had been in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land for so many years, but his temperament was still very casual. The cult leader of the devil cult and the number one person in the world were all just for fun. Therefore, he was only in the nascent soul realm now. After he ascended from the blessed land to the Qingming world, Lu Tai took the opportunity to break through the realm. Otherwise, according to Lu Tai's own wishes, since Eugenie was no longer around, he could still be the land immortal Jindan guest for many more years. There were only two things that he was serious about. First, he taught Cao Qinglang knowledge together with the headmaster Zhong Qiu. Second, he carefully selected the last disciple and taught him swordsmanship. Since Lu Tai had nothing to do, he opened his palm and looked at the mountains and rivers to see Eugenie's situation. Taking in the entire scenery of Furong Mountain, every time Lu Tai thought about it, the mountains and rivers would appear in his field of vision. As long as Lu Tai focused slightly, even the traces of snow on the railings of the plank path would be clearly seen. The lifespan of the common people at the foot of the mountain is less than 100 years. Who would not be envious of the immortal guests on the clouds? When ordinary nascent soul cultivators used this ability, they would expend a lot of spiritual energy and would easily cause trouble. If the person being spied on was of a high cultivation level, it would be easy to track them down. However, Lu Tai was born in the Lu clan of the Central Plain School of Yin-Yang. His knowledge was very diverse, and he actually knew a lot of unorthodox spells and abilities. It was just that he had never been willing to take the initiative to learn them. When a person's knowledge was too great, it was easy for them to become lazy. Instead, they would not be as hardworking as those who only knew a little. Yu Zhani, who had been practicing martial arts, studying, and cultivating all his life, had probably never been in such a difficult situation in his life. The third sect master of the Beko Keikyang building seemed to have dug a hole but did not bury it. He threw Yu Zhani to 3 juniors whose cultivation levels were not low. Therefore, before the snowy night, on the plank path, Yu Zhani, whose chi refinement warrior realm was suppressed to the cave abode realm, had to face 3 enemies with different intentions. Yu Zhani was especially wary of the young man, Huan Yin, who did not reveal anything. Dao Xieyang, a pure martial artist who had just entered the far travel realm. Huang Shong, the state protector of Nanyuan country, a golden pill expert who could summon wind and rain. Huan Yin, who was born in the Eagle Fortress of the Tongyi continent, had the physique of a martial artist in the Golden Body realm and a chi refinement warrior in the Dragon Gate realm. He was also a hidden sword cultivator. On the other hand, Yu Zhani, who used to be the most powerful person in the world after Ding Ying in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, was now a cultivator in the upper 5 realms. The only thing he could rely on was the physique of a martial artist in the far travel realm. It was just that he had switched to cultivating for close to 30 years and was already used to using the spells and skills on the mountain to suppress and kill the martial artists at the foot of the mountain. It was inevitable that his punches and kicks were a little rusty. Yu Zhani was definitely not willing to fight with the 3 of them at such a time. Moreover, he had no chance of winning. The key was that the third sect master, who seemed to have 1,000 faces, definitely did not care about Yu Zhani's life and death. As for that fellow Lu Tai, he definitely did not mind having another corpse on Furong Mountain that did not need to be buried. In order to escape this calamity, Yu Zhani could be said to have racked his brains. He leaned against the railing and was calm and composed. He first reminisced about the past with Huang Shong and pointed out the flaws in his cultivation. Yu Zhani's Jade Raw Realm cultivation was not there, but his foresight was still there. Looking down from above, he saw all of Huang Shong's gains and losses in his cultivation journey. He then asked about the current situation of the Blessed Land and the Lake Mountain sect. As the country protector of the Nanyuan kingdom, Huang Shong was obviously the one who respected Yu Zhani the most among the 3 direct disciples of Lu Tai. He answered all of Yu Zhani's questions and seemed to have helped to delay a lot of time. However, the truth was that Huang Shong secretly said to Dao Xieyang and Huan Yin telepathically, Yu Zhani can be killed. Dao Xieyang used telepathy and said to his 2 senior and junior brothers, the martial fate belongs to me, so Yu Zhani must die in my hands. Other than that, all the immortals' opportunities are of no use to me. You guys can settle the score yourselves. Let me say this first, if anyone dares to ruin my plans, after we leave Master's territory, I will spar with junior brother Huan alone. Huan Yin's expression was calm and he asked telepathically, why not find trouble with senior brother Huang? Dao Xieyang laughed coldly, if we find trouble with him, you'll take advantage of the situation and even kill us both. Anyway, Master has taken in a last disciple and doesn't care about our lives anymore. I'll focus on killing you and our imperial tutor Huang will definitely not interfere. He'll only watch from the sidelines and continue to be his country protector, worrying about the country and its people. Huan Yin retorted, you're wrong, senior brother. Master has never cared about the lives of the 3 of us since the beginning. The meaning of our existence is only a method for Master to observe the Tao. Huang Shong was slightly displeased, Huan Yin, your words are disgraceful. I'll report this to Master. Huan Yin sneered, if Great Master Huang wants to be scolded, go ahead. If you're treated like a fool by Master, don't blame me for not reminding you. In reality, the 3 senior and junior brothers had their own private conversations other than speaking frankly. What a good each with their own ulterior motives. Fortunately, Yu Zhani himself was a pure martial artist. Before he set foot in cultivation, he was already ahead of Zhong Qiu in the martial Dao. It wasn't that Zhong Qiu's aptitude was inferior to Yu Zhani's, but that Zhong Qiu was too distracted. He was too greedy to be the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom. The so-called literary sage and martial arts grandmaster would only delay Zhong Qiu's martial Dao. Otherwise, When Yu Zhenyi descended the mountain as an immortal, Zhongqiu would have broken through the invisible bottleneck of heaven and earth and ascended to the golden body realm. Although Yu Zhenyi didn't know what the three were talking about, he was well aware that today's fierce battle was destined to be unavoidable. After all, the three in front of him weren't his old friend Zhongqiu. Yu Zhenyi asked Huang Shong about the situation of Lake Mountain Sect and Songlai Kingdom's imperial court, as well as the process of their little junior brother asking about Lake Mountain Sect. At the same time, Yu Zhenyi put the lotus crown that was one of the keepsakes of the leader of Beko Keikyang building into a Fengsuan item in his sleeve. At the same time, he took out a similar Daoist crown with a silver lotus and casually put it on his head. Yu Zhenyi's movements were extremely fast. At the same time, the long sword on his back vibrated slightly, as if it had sensed the killing intent in the hearts of the three opponents. This strange phenomenon made Dao Xiang, who was about to unsheath his saber, change his mind slightly. He wasn't in a hurry to chop off that big head. Huang Shong, who had already hidden his hands in his sleeves and twisted out two golden talismans, was also in no hurry to use the unique secret technique imparted to him by his master to add the finishing touch to the talisman gall. One was a rain dragon talisman, which depicted a flood dragon with scales and whiskers, showing off the Dragon King's whiskers. The other was an eyebrow-raising talisman, which depicted a flying sword containing abundant sword intent and offensive power, equivalent to the flying sword of a Jindan sword cultivator. Of course, Huang Shong wouldn't be stingy with his capital to kill Yu Zhenyi. After all, he would be able to earn it back. Dao Xiang was a little envious of the long sword on Yu Zhenyi's back. Although it was a celestial item on the mountain, as a martial arts grandmaster, who wouldn't complain about having more divine weapons? However, they would split the loot temporarily. Dao Xiang would kill and chop off Yu Zhenyi's head, Huan Yin would take the sword, and Huang Shong would take the Dao crown. The long sword on Yu Zhenyi's back was a relic that Yu Zhenyi and Zhongqiu had obtained together after killing the banished deity a long time ago. There were 7 ancient seal inscriptions on both sides of the sword. Choshire Nanhua Grandmaster and Shan Mu Yi wandered free and unfettered. The long sword was a magic treasure, and its grade was inferior to the silver Dao crown. Huang Shong glanced at the Dao crown on Yu Zhenyi's head. He had indeed coveted it for a long time. However, Huang Shong had thought that it would be difficult for him to see the Dao crown again in this lifetime, much less obtain it. He hadn't thought that fate would be so wonderful. Not only would he see the Dao crown with his own eyes, but he would also have the opportunity to wear it on his head. However, when he thought of this, Huang Shong immediately restrained his thoughts. Even if he succeeded, he should give it to his master. Perhaps when his master was happy, he would casually give it to him. If his master was unwilling, Huang Shong wouldn't dare to think too much about it. Among the 3 disciples, Huang Shong was indeed the most honest. He wasn't a gloomy person, but after being the imperial tutor for so many years, he would naturally become more decisive. This silver lotus crown was extremely famous in the lotus blossom blessed land. It was the most precious treasure of the blessed land. Its earliest owner was the martial madman Zhu Lian, who had killed 9 people by himself. When Zhu Lian was young, he was hailed as a banished immortal, a noble young master. This Dao crown actually added a lot of fame to Zhu Lian. Then, before Zhu Lian died from exhaustion in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, he had casually thrown it to a young man who was hiding at the edge of the battlefield. That person was called Ding Ying. After unifying the demon sect and becoming invincible, he gave up his position and became the demon sect's supreme sect master. At that time, Ding Ying used his ability, courage, and luck to pick up 2 great treasures in one go. One was Zhu Lian's head, and the other was the silver lotus Taoist crown. He had both the martial arts fate and the celestial fate. When Ding Ying died, the treasures passed to Yu Zhenyi. Thus, this lotus crown had become the symbol of the most powerful person in the blessed land. Huan Yin was thinking about how to use the secret art of the ghost Dao taught by his master to refine Yu Zhenyi's soul into a yin god puppet. In this way, it would be equivalent to having an earth immortal servant by his side. Huan Yin still liked the feeling of controlling others and everything in the world as if they were puppets in his hands. He was actually not interested in fighting for his life. Of course, if he really wanted to fight and seize benefits, Huan Yin wouldn't hesitate. For example, today's encirclement to kill Yu Zheni. Yu Zheni suddenly moved. He took a step out of the plank road, and the long sword on his back unsheathed itself. He flew away as fast as lightning. The great Yu Zheni ran away without a fight. No one would believe it. Dao Xieyang laughed. He took out a stack of mountain and river earth shrinking talismans that his master gave him and went in the opposite direction of Yu Zheni. Huang Shong took out a one-leaf talisman boat. Huan Yin made a sword sign and condensed the mountain mist into a long sword. It was natural for a sword cultivator to use a sword. They chased after Yu Zheni together with Huang Shong. The three of them had already discussed it. Today, at least two of them would be responsible for killing Yu Zheni in every battle. The other person would hold the line from afar. They wouldn't give Yu Zheni a chance to defeat them one by one. After that, Yu Zheni was still in a precarious situation even without the pure Jade Realm. However, he managed to win himself a chance of survival time and time again with the help of the endless spells of cultivators and unimaginable ways to break out of the stalemate. Yu Zheni was only a martial artist in the far travel state. He also had a sword and a Daoist crown. He successfully escaped the encirclement more than 10 times. He escaped far away and was chased. He hid his aura and hid in the secluded mountains of Furong Mountain. Then, Huan Yin found traces of him. He cooperated with Huang Shong to break through the camouflage and escaped again. He fought and retreated. Yu Zheni didn't say a word from beginning to end. On the other hand, Dao Xieyang fought to his heart's content. He didn't hesitate to exchange a sword and a blade with Yu Zheni whenever he found an opportunity. After nightfall, Furong Mountain experienced a snowstorm. Yu Zheni had been fighting for a long time. Whether it was his aura, body, or mind, they were all spent. He had to use his trump card. He placed Dao Xieyang and the other two in a small world of lotus pond without any warning. Covered in blood, Yu Zheni wobbled on his sword and fell to the top of the cliff. He almost fainted in the snow. His Daoist crown was askew. Without support, the small world opened by itself. Behind him were 3 of Lu Tai's direct disciples. They were either martial artists who overturned the earth or cultivators who rode the wind. Lu Tai squinted his peach blossom eyes and waved his tail, indicating that Huan Yin and the other 2 didn't have to be relentless with Yu Zheni. Lu Tai glanced at old immortal Yu, who was like a stray dog. He turned to the 3 disciples and smiled. "Not bad, not bad. You should be rewarded. Go back to your homes and wait." The 3 respectfully returned the greeting and left Furong Mountain. Lu Tai, dressed in a snow-white robe, reclined on the white jade couch that he named White Jade Capital. He could see 1,000 miles from his seat. Yu Zheni didn't seem to have any complaints about today's unexpected disaster. The childlike old immortal only had a calm expression. After sitting up, he placed his sword on his knees and held his Daoist crown. He began to breathe and recuperate. Lu Tai suddenly couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Yu Zheni, who had forgotten his place. "There's true meaning in this. I've forgotten to say it. So it's because you're dumbstruck." Lu Chen slowly climbed the mountain. He held a bamboo walking stick that he casually made. When he reached the top of the mountain, he smiled. "You even noticed this?" It seemed like a compliment, but it was actually a belittling. Lu Tai's mood instantly became terrible. He had always wanted to meet elder ancestor Lu Chen. What happened? He had already met him, but he didn't know him. As for the scholar Zheng Huan in front of him, he was also one of Lu Chen's Daoist manifestations. Lu Tai asked, "Among the 5 dreams and 7 hearts, the Daoist master by Ji Yu is in the Qingming world. It's easy to guess. What about Baiyan? Which one is it? Was it brought to the Qingming world by you, or has it always been in the Haoran world? Is it in the Tongyi continent that I once walked past?" Baiyan originated from the southern sea and flew to the northern sea. It wouldn't stop unless it was a parasol tree. It wouldn't eat unless it was a solid fruit. It wouldn't drink unless it was a spring. The ancient sages had commented that this item belonged to the phoenix. As for the Tongyi continent, according to common sense, It was naturally the most suitable place for Lu Chen to place this Daoist avatar of his. Bayan. In the past, Chen Pinggan wore a Daoist robe of gold. As for that gold, Chen Pinggan obtained it from the Flood Dragon Ravine. That nascent soul flood dragon was obtained from an immortal cave in the sea. It was rumored that it was left behind by a Daoist master of Mount Longhu. Why would a Daoist master of Mount Longhu break ties with his family and die at sea? Why wouldn't he return to Mount Longhu even in death? How annoying. Once he thought deeply about this, Lu Tai would be extremely annoyed. It might not really be Lu Chen's plot, but who wouldn't be afraid of that possibility? In the past, it was Chen Pinggan who was afraid. Lu Tai wasn't the least bit afraid. When Lu Tai saw Lu Chen, he couldn't help but become afraid. The beautiful youth in green robes, the little immortal with a yellow ribbon. The peach blossoms are like horses, and the elm pods are smaller than coins. Look, listen, the Fuyao sect shouted for the elm pods of the heavenly street, and the little immortal sent that youth to the court. Isn't this the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Lu Chen didn't answer the question and talked to himself. He casually waved the green bamboo cane in his hand, stirring up the wind and snow around him. The youth's sword Qi is close, and the hero is the enemy of 10,000. When he's angry, he roars, and 10,000 horses flee. If the Tao doesn't work, he floats on a boat. In his early years in his hometown, Lu Chen asked the unnamed disciple's boat to help him row the boat. The two of them went out to sea together. Of course, Lu Chen went ashore and toured that Daoist temple. As for the Aquarius continent, Lu Chen had naturally been there before. The ancient Shu flood dragon, the divine water nation, the female ghost Sharu's lineage, and the purple gold lotus seed that Wei Ba had kept, were all things that Lu Chen had given them by chance, allowing them to grow on their own. In fact, Lu Chen went to all the 9 continents of Howren. He just played around in the mortal world, and didn't leave any traces on the mountain or immortal deeds. Just like riding a dragon in his early years. There was a small shopkeeper in the alley called Shichuanjia. She had 2 pigtails and was already good at doing business at a young age. She stood on the bench behind the counter, calculating on a small abacus. The crackling sounds made by the abacus were dazzling. She always carried a pocket-sized little golden abacus, which she got when she was young. In fact, that little abacus was secretly given to the Shi family by Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen was not the only one who would do something as he pleased. For example, after Xiao Chuo ascended to the 14th level, he threw the robe that he was wearing, which was made from refining the remaining great fortune of the 3 continents, into the sea. It sank to the bottom of the sea and waited for the fated person. It would take thousands of years for it to reappear in the world. As for the Peach Leaves Ferry, after weighing the pros and cons, he didn't accept the seal of books given by Ju Mi. Instead, he threw it into the Peach Leaves Ferry of the Great Spring Dynasty. However, the difference between Lu Chen and them was that Lu Chen could take back what he could release. Lu Chen stood at the edge of the cliff and threw away the green bamboo cane. When it landed, it turned into a green dragon's vein. The ridge of the mountain rested on the edge of the Hibiscus Mountain, as if it had existed for thousands of years. Lu Chen turned to Lu Tai and smiled, "Don't underestimate me. I don't purposely target anyone. The only exception I made was for eldest senior brother. I had no choice but to go to the Fairy Pearl Grotto Heaven to be the villain. Other than that, there's no door to fortune or misfortune. It's just that. Back then, I set up the fortune-telling stall in the small town. With the help of a customer, I received a small fortune. That's why I revealed my intentions to Qi Jingchun. Of course, Qi Jingchun saw it and understood it. Lu Tai said in a low voice, "But when you want to scheme something, you can scheme against many people in one go. I'm not a Confucian disciple who likes to bind my hands and feet. On the contrary, I came to the human world so that I can stretch my body on that night boat." Lu Chen shook his head at Lu Tai. His eyes were filled with pity as he laughed. "You don't even know this. What about Tao? What can you tell me about Tao? Look at you. You're born with the body of Tao. How rare is that? In the end, you're just a little immortal in this snail's shell. Is it really that carefree? As for your yin spirit, I think it's better than your real body. If I knew this, I would have gone to find that person instead of you. Lu Tai's yin spirit had already left his body and stayed in the Qingming world. Furthermore, it was connected by a thread. It allowed Lu Tai to know about the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land and the Qingming world at the same time. Lu Tai was only in the nascent soul realm, but he was not restricted by the two worlds. The body of the Tao fetus yin-yang fish was so mysterious. It was close to what the Daoist ancestor said, knowing the world without leaving the house. It was similar to the two immortal realm cultivators in the Year Palace, Dragon Zhong Yuanbo in the cave, and Jun Yu Cho on the mountain. This was because the yin spirit traveled to the inverted hanging mountain and followed the guardian of the year at the Stalk Inn to plot a big secret. It was impossible to achieve this. The yin spirit and the real body were separated by a world. They were no longer connected to each other and were almost equivalent to two people. Only when the yin spirit returned to the body, the mind and the spirit would become one. Lu Chen continued, as for the so-called not prying into the heavenly Tao, no matter how good your aptitude is, you're still too far away. It's not enough to only know that you don't know what's good. What should we do? Lu Tai sneered, you don't have to worry. You should take care of Yu Muji's Tao heart. Lu Chen turned to look at Yu Zhani, who wandered around the blessed land for thousands of years. He smiled and comforted, you're still you, and I'm still me. Let's part ways here. Not only you, the scholar Zheng Huan is the same. Other than Wu Meng, the rest of the hearts are the same. Yu Zhani's face turned pale. When the stinky Daoist decided to name you as Yu Zhani, it proved that our old temple master had seen through the truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have purposely sent the ancient sword from the lacquer garden to you. The old temple master liked to stare at the lotus cave above the blessed land and compete with my teacher. I've actually been watching him in the mortal world. Lu Chen snapped his fingers and destroyed the illusion of the chief's token, the lotus crown, in Yu Zhani's Fengzuan object. You think you can't wear it? Is it actually wrong? Yu Zhani was speechless. He was sweating profusely. A suffocating feeling of emptiness filled Yu Zhani's heart like snow. Lu Chen stretched out his finger and pointed at Yu Zhani's forehead, go to sleep. When you wake up, Yu Zhani will still be Yu Zhani. From now on, you'll only be Yu Zhani. You'll be unaware of your gains and losses. Lu Tai's heart sank again. All of Lu Chen's words and his seemingly unrelated nonsense made Lu Tai feel extremely tired. In the Qingming world, there was a young female Taoist priest who fell in love with Lu Tai at first sight after meeting him. Of course, it was her wishful thinking. In fact, if both of them were to talk about their master's lineage, there was indeed a slight relationship. She was the only direct disciple that Liu Qi and Cao Ju took in together in the Qingming world. Hence, she was born in the Ci Pai blessed land. When both of them met, she was not even 20 years old and had only cultivated for a few years. She had been stuck in the Liu Tendon realm for many years before reaching the pure jade realm. This made her one of the top 10 young people in several worlds. A disciple should learn from her master. The great poet Liu Qilang was the great cultivator who turned the Liu Tendon realm, the third realm of Qi cultivator, into a retention realm. Although Haoran Jiusheng was the first Qi cultivator in the world to achieve such a magnificent feat, it was only after Liu Qi carefully analyzed this Tao and this move that the later generations of cultivators directly ascended to the Jade Pure realm in a single bound and became truly feasible. One of Lu Tai's two masters, the one other than Zhu Zi, was once a close friend of Liu Qi and Cao Ju. Lu Tai followed the instructions of his master Zhu Zi. When he left the blessed land in the future, he needed to travel with his yin spirit. As for where he would go and what kind of people he would meet, his master did not say. It did not matter, everything was up to fate. In his master's words, fate was made by the heavens and one had to seek his own fortune. The reason why Lu Tai traveled to the Ci Pai blessed land was because of a secret on the peak of the vast world. It was rumored that the ancient Yu Laro was flipping through a book called the Book of Marriage. At the very least, half of the book was most likely in Liu Qi's hands. This was also the reason why Liu Qi left the vast world quietly. Lu Tai's out-of-body yin spirit was now in the Qingming world. He and the young lady named Liu Qilang opened a restaurant in a county city near the water. It was only 2 miles away from the fish market. Every morning, Lu Tai would personally go and pick the freshwater fish. He would even personally cook them. As for the girl, since she did not need to cultivate, she was happy to earn money with Lu Tai. Even if they were not Dao companions, they were better than Dao companions. The Qingming world and the vast world had different customs and customs. There were many Dao officials at the foot of the mountain, and they were all in the imperial court. They mixed with the common people, which was why celestial masters were not hard to find. On the other hand, it was the rare delicacies that were sealed by the imperial court that were hard to find. Apart from that, at the ferry in the county city, there was a celestial ferry that was recognized by the dynasty. If a beautiful woman or a young girl in colorful clothes passed through this place, it would definitely cause a storm, and the strong wind and gravel would destroy the woman's makeup. This was also the reason why Lu Tai was willing to choose this place to stay. Lu Tai did not like girls who were too good-looking. Lu Chen came to the white jade couch and sat down. Lu Tai stood up and walked away. Lu Chen muttered to himself, "There are snakes in the south, fish in the north. As long as I am willing, I can break Chen Ping'an's Dao heart again and again, breaking his heart for thousands of years. However, what's the point of that? I'm just using my cultivation to suppress others. Even a young girl can say the great Dao should not be so small, let alone me. To be honest, I have many things to do and I'm very busy. For someone like you who comes from a rich clan and has outstanding talent, it's good that you rose to fame early and became famous early. However, it's even more difficult for someone who is a late bloomer. I've never believed in the saying of celestial beings. As long as one's Dao heart is sufficient, one is a Dao person." Lu Tai said slowly, "The human world is beautiful, the heavens and earth are dim, and all things are clear. The great Dao has 100 transformations, and the perfected person can observe the heavens without doing anything." Lu Chen stood up and laughed. "You finally said something that a Lu clan disciple should say. This trip was not in vain." Lu Tai seemed to have understood something, and a flash of inspiration appeared. He laughed loudly as well. "Bluff. You've been deliberately mystifying me. If you can't bear to part with the Heart 7 objects, you'll be going against your Dao heart. You might even drop in cultivation. This shows that you haven't truly seen through all 5 dreams. You clearly want the Heart 7 objects to help you see through the dream realm one by one, especially the dream of transforming into a butterfly. My master said that this dream is the most troublesome for you, because even you can't bear to wake up from it. That's why Qi Jingchun wasn't worried about these foreshadowing of yours and these seemingly incomparably profound methods of yours." Lu Tai shook his head. "I truly don't think you can shatter his state of mind. Finally, there's a descendant of my Lu clan with a brain that's a little like the ancestors." Lu Chen clapped his hands lightly and nodded with a smile. "Think about the methods of that white emperor city's Zhang Juzhong. Think about the lives of the blessed lands in the world, and think about carte blanche blessed land. Finally, have you ever thought that both you and I can fall asleep in a dream, dreaming of ourselves, dreaming of others, dreaming of all things? What if we're both in a dream right now?" Lu Tai shook his head, not saying a word. Lu Chen retracted his hands, and said with a smile, "Remember, you must speak properly in the future. Especially when speaking to scholars, be more polite. Learn more from that Chen Ping'an that you're constantly thinking about. Look at his affinity with the elders, he's much better than you. I thought highly of him back then, and even taught him how to write. Even if he doesn't acknowledge me as his teacher, I still acknowledge him as my disciple. When he reaches the Qingming Tian in the future, it'll definitely be very interesting, very interesting." Lu Chen suddenly struck a comical pose of a golden rooster standing on one leg. He stretched out a finger, pointed at the sky, and shouted, "A dream of 1,000 autumns, the sword flies for 10,000 miles. The weather is dry, be careful of the candles." Lu Tai frowned. "Are you up to something?" Lu Chen retracted his hands, and imitated the martial art of the marketplace, and struck a pose of qi sinking into his dantian. A long-awaited snowy night is indeed refreshing. Lu Tai had already completely recovered his state of mind, and asked with a smile, "Ancestor, why don't you take Yu Zhini and Scram together? Why don't you take that Lu Chen with you?" Take it as a meeting gift from this unfilial descendant to the ancestor. Lu Chen smiled playfully, a green robe and a yellow ribbon, they're actually quite compatible. Lu Tai's face was gloomy. Lu Chen sighed, that's why you should study more in the future. Now, Chen Pinggan is much better at talking than you. If we were to compare him to the master ranking of Liju Grotto Heaven, he could even push Ma Lanhua from Apricot Blossom Lane, Widow from Mudbottle Lane, and Li Huai's mother down a rank. The small townspeople are simple and honest, and indeed live up to their reputation. I've personally experienced it back then. An old man with a bamboo cane and straw shoes, followed by a servant boy carrying a box, and a servant girl carrying a luggage bag. When she walked, there were sounds of bottles and jars passing through the door. The three of them arrived at the Da Xuanju temple. The old man glanced at the eager servant boy and servant girl, and nodded slightly helplessly. The servant girl took out a long-prepared visitation card from her sleeve and handed it to the disciple of the Daoist temple. It was made of ordinary green bamboo and written with ordinary ink, but there was no name written on it. Instead, it used thick ink and heavy brush to write a sentence, "My calligraphy can't be created." The Taoist nun with a sword on her back took the visitation card. Calligraphy wasn't her forte, but she looked to be quite strong. She used a straight blade and dripped ink. She flipped it over and over twice, but still couldn't figure out the knack. She was stunned, and could only confirm that it wasn't someone she knew from her temple. She could only politely say to the old man, "The Daoist temple is now closed to visitors. I'm sorry." Looking at the travel-worn old man, the nun couldn't bear to see him like this. "If you know the head of the temple, even if we've met from afar, I'll help to inform him. Other than that, there's really no way to enter the temple." The nun Chunhui's real name was Han Zhanran. She was a real Jade Pure Realm cultivator, and was the one who was instigated by Lu Chen to be the godmother of Jiang Yunsheng in Green City. According to the words of the head of the temple, not just anyone could be the gatekeeper of the Da Xiandu temple. She had to be a good-looking woman who could keep the guests, and also had to be someone who could fight and stop people. Looking at the old man's aura, he was a Dragon Gate cultivator. As for the attendant and maid, they weren't even cultivators. Of course, the old man could also be an unfathomable expert. However, in the Qingming world, even the third headmaster of the Beko Keikyang building didn't dare to barge into the Da Xiandu temple. Thus, no one took the realm too seriously here. The young man was overjoyed. He coughed and took out a pocket-sized scroll from his sleeve. He spread it open a little and revealed the words "West Garden Elegant" gathering on the scroll. He reminded the woman in a low voice, "One of the 3 great elegant gatherings in the world is drawn by this scroll. Fairy sister should know that the person in the middle is my master." The girl muttered. Master accidentally took the initiative. "What are you showing off for?" The two of them made a bet on whether the Da Xiandu temple had heard of their master's name. One relied on calligraphy, while the other relied on the scroll. An old Daoist strode over the threshold and laughed heartily. He didn't bow to the Daoist sect, but cupped his fists with all his might. "Sorry for not coming out to meet you, sorry for not coming out to meet you. Your presence brings light to my humble abode, it brings light to my humble abode." The nun Chunhui was a little puzzled. What kind of person could make the head of the temple personally come out to meet him? The number of people in the Qingming world could be counted with 2 hands. The old Daoist priest grumbled to Chunhui, "My dear lady, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and accept the visiting card and the painting scroll, then prepare the brush and ink. Remember to bring the best Xian paper from Sandao's mountain, as well as the Xielong inkstone I borrowed from the New Year Palace. Didn't I accidentally lose it earlier? Today is an auspicious day, so if you go look for it again, you might accidentally find it again. Also, the flower blossom brush I bought from 100 Flowers Blessed Land, as well as the calligraphy and painting boat inkstone. When the time comes, you can personally grind it by the side and add to the fragrance of a beautiful woman. You really don't have to feel wronged, it's a great honor. It's much better than running to White Jade Capital to be Lu Chen's godmother. Speaking of which, Zhan Ran, you have a good name. No wonder you have such good fortune today." Chunhui actually didn't need to do anything. When the old Daoist spoke, His hands were quick and his eyes were quick. He had already pinched the scroll between his 2 fingers. The maid held the other end of the scroll tightly, unwilling to hand it over. She had only taken it out to bask in the sun, not to give it away. The old Daoist's other hand was already holding the scroll, while the boy held the other end of the scroll with both hands. His body leaned back, as if he was in a tug-of-war with the old Daoist. The boy had traveled half of the Qingming world with his teacher, but he had never seen such a shameless Daoist. The old Daoist stood at the edge of the stairs and smiled. "I'll just give these 2 items to Master Sunday." The maid and boy could only reluctantly let go of their hands and then retreated to their teacher's side. The old Daoist laughed and kept the scroll in his sleeve. This Suzy was too polite. Why did he have to give gifts when he came to visit? The 2 children looked at each other, and then at the same time, looked at their teacher worriedly. They were worried that the old Daoist would really trick them into writing on the 3 pieces of Xian paper. However, the Xian paper from the Immortal Staff Mountain, the Dragon Inkstone from the Year Palace, the flower brush from the Blessed Land of 100 Flowers, and the long-lost ink block from the calligraphy and painting boat were indeed rare when these 4 items were put together. Chunhui couldn't figure it out. Could it be the traveler from far away, the one who once left a shortcut for the cultivation of the mortal realm, Liu Qi? It didn't look like him. Rumor had it that Liu Qilong was young and handsome. He didn't look like the old Daoist in front of her. Could it be the hermit who followed the clues and came to find the child in the tiger hat? Within a few days, the Da Shendu temple had 2 group fights. Of course, one side was fighting alone, and the other side was ganging up on. The key point was that the Daoist temple didn't know the reason for the fight after the fight. It was just that after the Daoist temple master gave the order, they just swarmed up noisily. The upper 5 realms brought the Earth Immortals to hold the line, and the Earth Immortals shouted for the lower 5 realms juniors to wave the flag and shout. When they returned, the little Taoists were one after another. They said that the Grandmaster's punch was very powerful, and the Uncle Master's kick was very spiritual. However, they were not as heroic as the Great Uncle Master's sword that pierced the groin. Chunhui was already used to it. After all, she went through it in the past. Similar to the Great Uncle Master's sword that the little Taoists talked about, the Da Shendu temple had a total of 18 sword moves. Thinking back, when Chunhui was still a young girl, she inadvertently created one of the moves for her own temple. Daoist Sun sighed, "The heart is like a piece of wood that has turned grey, and the body is like a boat that is not tied. It's really good and wonderful. It's no wonder that Suzy's writing is unparalleled in the world. Over here, to be honest, even the green words and green chapters that are our specialty are not as good as the scholars of the vast world. It's all the fault of the Beko Keikyung building for not living up to expectations." The Suzy who traveled here smiled and did not answer. Chunhui was shocked. The Suzy of the vast world? When did this person travel to the vast world? Why was there no news about him spread? The vast world was actually quite unfamiliar with the vast world. After all, Taoism was the most important thing here, and the 2 sects were overthrown. For example, Chunhui only knew that this Suzy was very knowledgeable. He was the master of the vast world's CI. Unknowingly, he had some competition with Bai Yi and Liu Qi. Especially Bai Yi and Suzy, who were also in the vast world, the competition between them was even more obvious. However, as for the poems that Suzy wrote, Chunhui did not know. Since there was no circulation in the vast world, she was not very interested. Daoist Sun clapped his hands and laughed, "Maishan Suzy, Tianshui Baixian." Both in a foreign land, the mountains, and water, Suzy meets Baixian. My palm-sized Daoist temple is really a celebration and an honor. Suzy said helplessly, "You're exaggerating." Daoist Sun looked unhappy. "Suzy, you're being too reserved. You're treating me as an outsider, right? Let's go and have a drink. Bring Bai Yi with us. His tolerance for alcohol is amazing now." Suzy was dragged into the door by the old Daoist temple by his arm. He was afraid that the 3 pieces of rice paper, the dragon rest inkstone, and the flower blossom brush would not be useful. Daoist Sun was the unshakable 5th person in the vast world. He was the leader of the Daoist Sword Celestials. He was completely different from what was written in the landscape bulletin. He was profound in Taoism, strict in Taoism, and taciturn and a man of few words. Daoist's son nagged, Bai Yi has a good tolerance for alcohol, but is arrogant. He said that there was only one person in the world who could persuade him to drink. He did not say who the 5 people were. It's best if Suzy is among them. Let's drink directly. If not, it's too much. We should drink more. Suzy knew that Bai Yi would never say such a thing. Among the scholars of the future, at least half of them liked Bai Xian or Suzian more when it came to the battle of poems. It was only when Suzy personally wrote a copy of Bai Xian's poems that he expressed his admiration for Bai Yi that the situation took a turn for the better. He did not expect that there were still some admirers who admired Suzy. Since Suzy had spoken, they did not argue about who was better. They turned to praising Suzy's calligraphy. To put it bluntly, the reason why there were no authentic copies of Suzy's calligraphy was because Suzy's calligraphy was not good enough. They also admired Bai Yi very much. It was really difficult to find Bai Xian's calligraphy. Left with no choice, they started to criticize Suzy's calligraphy. They said that Suzy's calligraphy was like a toad being crushed by a rock. Otherwise, they would say that Suzy's calligraphy was terrifying. Since Bai Yi did not have many friends and was studying in seclusion on the island, he did not mind at all. However, Suzy, who had students all over the world, was annoyed. There was a rumor on the mountain that Suzy decided to bring along 2 of his book boys, Zhuyu Lang and his maid, Dian Su Niang, to travel to a blessed place to hide. However, no one expected that Suzy would ascend to this world. Finally, in a blessed land that was not included in the 72 blessed lands, Shiyu Blessed Land, also known as Ci Pai Blessed Land, he found Liu Qi and Cao Ju, who had ascended to the heavens earlier than him. The female Taoist priest, Chunhui, and Suzy bowed. The old master, who was almost dragged over the door sill, could only smile and nod as a greeting. After passing through the door, Sun Daozhong called for Chunhui to come along. Then, he directly used the supernatural power of shrinking mountains and rivers and brought everyone to a forbidden area of the Taoist temple. There was a thatched cottage, surrounded by peach trees. There was a small pond in front of the door, and a path was paved with green bricks. Sun Daozhong purposely isolated the heaven and earth, taking advantage of the fact that the child in the tiger hat and the 2 sword cultivators were not in a high enough realm. After all, in another 100 years, such an opportunity would disappear. The young book boy carrying a backpack and the young girl carrying a large bag of pots and pans saw a child in a tiger hat and 2 young people. One of them was a fatty, and the other was a piece of charcoal. The young girl's gaze was more focused on the cute child, while the young man's gaze was on the 2 young sword cultivators behind them. Although the 2 of them were the manifestation of their master's literary fortune, they were born with the supernatural powers of the earth immortals. They could also cultivate, but Suzy used a camouflage technique. At the same time, the 3 of them purposely suppressed their realms, pretending to be ordinary people and traveling on foot. In reality, the young girl, Dian Su, was already in the nascent soul realm, a family cultivator. The young boy, Chuo Yu, was in the nascent soul realm, a sword cultivator. The 2 of them were skilled in retaining their youthful looks, and they were not young anymore. However, the world's monsters, especially the rarely seen manifestation of literary fortune, as long as they did not have much experience in the world, and the less they were tainted by the mortal world, the less their minds would be enlightened. Chuo Yu asked Dian Su with her thoughts, "Which one is Mr. Bai?" "Chubby. It's dark." Dian Su said casually, "Mr. Bai's poetry is invincible, it has nothing to do with his appearance." The child in the tiger head hat stood by the pond with his hands behind his back. The fat young man beside him was begging him to carve a seal for him, saying that he could show it off to Chen Pinggan in the future. Before this, the fat man who was also cultivating in the Da Xiandu temple had troubled this child a lot, begging him to teach him a few supreme sword techniques, but to no avail. He brought the 4 treasures of the study to ask for a few calligraphy pieces, but to no avail. Now, he was satisfied with just a few words, but to no avail. Seeing that the child in the tiger head hat ignored him, the fat man said that if Chen Pinggan really came to ask Mr. Bai for confirmation in the future, Mr. Bai would neither nod nor shake his head, How about it? The child in the tiger head hat tugged at the ribbons of his hat, nodding in agreement. The dark-skinned young man sneered. The fat man immediately promised, Dong Haiten, in the future, with me protecting you in the Da Shendu temple, you won't have to worry about food and drink, and I won't let you leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Dong Huafu squatted down, gently throwing a stone into the pond. The fat man sat on the ground, biting on a grass root. He had accidentally mentioned his hometown, but he had nothing to say. Now, Dong Huafu's identity was with the Beko Keikyang building, but it was not recorded. The Daoist saint guarding the Great Wall of Sword Chi was one of the 12 buildings of the Beko Keikyang building, the city lord of Divine Firmament City. Therefore, Dong Huafu did not hesitate. After the inverted hanging mountain ascended to the Beko Keikyang building, he chose to stay in Divine Firmament City to practice his swordsmanship without hesitation. Based on the old saint's last words, Dong Huafu had decided to stay in Divine Firmament City to cultivate the Tao and refine his swordsmanship. He did not acknowledge the Qingming world, nor did he acknowledge the Beko Keikyang building. Dong Haiten's trip this time was only to visit his friend. Because Fatty Yang had chosen to cultivate in the Da Shendu temple, the old temple master, Sun Huizhong, saw the item close at hand and asked about fellow Daoist Chen's deeds at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The old Daoist was very happy, and was even more pleased with Fatty Yang. He boasted that his Daoist sect's sword immortal lineage was invincible, and used all kinds of coercion and enticement. He managed to keep Fatty Yang, who was deliberately startling and supporting him, in his own temple. It was only at that moment that Yang Zhuo understood Chen Pingan's good intentions. The threshold of this Da Shendu temple was actually very high. It was also where all the sword cultivators in the Qingming world yearned for. The old temple master, Sun Huizhong, was famous for his eccentricity. Whether he liked someone or not, he never looked at superficial things like their realm, background, or backing. He only looked at whether there was affinity at first sight. Moreover, the old Daoist was the 5th person in the world. Back then, the 16 sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi ascended to the Qingming world through the inverted mountain. The leader was the old nascent soul Cheng Quan, who carried a sword case wrapped in cotton cloth. In the end, Cheng Quan chose the Lunar Palace, which was as famous as the Da Shendu Temple, as a place to stay. She became a consecrator and entered the sect's landscape register. However, like the other young sword cultivators, she did not join the Daoist register for the time being. Cheng Quan then placed the sword case outside the Stork Brothel, on the dragon resting rock in the middle of a large river. Among them, there was a young sword cultivator who picked up a horsetail whisk handle from the city wall. He followed Dong Huifu and chose to stay in Divine Firmament City. There were a total of 9 people, and they all stayed in the Beko Keikyang building to cultivate. They scattered to the 5 cities and 12 buildings. The rest, like Cheng Quan and Fatty Yang, chose their own places to stay based on their preferences. The Beko Keikyang building made an exception for this group of sword cultivators from the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and gave them a lot of freedom. When Cheng Quan arrived at the Lunar Palace, she found out that the Stork Brothel in the inverted mountain, which had been open for 200 to 300 years, was related to the Stork Brothel of the Lunar Palace. That young manager was the guardian of the Lunar Palace, who was only under Palace Lord Wu Shuangjiang. However, unlike the other 4, there was no news about him. Apart from that, the inn's chef and servant all had the surname Nian. Moreover, they were all yin deities who traveled the vast world to the inverted mountain. Among them, the young girl who had the surname Nian Chuanhua was Palace Lord Wu Shuangjiang's daughter. It was a small inn in the depths of an inverted mountain alley. As soon as he ascended, 2 immortals, 2 jade puddings. When Dong Huifu followed Cheng Quan to the Lunar Palace, Cheng Quan wanted to talk business, so he and Fatty Yang strolled around. It would be a waste if they did not watch. After the inverted mountain moved to the Qingming world, someone from the Lunar Palace paid a huge price to buy all the buildings around the Stork Brothel. Immortal Zhong Yuanbua, whose Daoist name was Dragon in the Cave, used the mountain shifting technique to move everything to the vicinity of the Stork Brothel. Along the way, the 2 of them met a young girl with a bad temper. On the surface, she was exchanging pleasantries with Fatty Yang, but in reality, she was hiding a needle in her silk floss. Fatty Yang laughed and pretended not to care. What kind of temper did Dong Huaifu have, and what kind of temper did Dong Huaifu have? He felt that this woman was already so old, but still so petty. Dong Huaifu retorted, "What's the point of being arrogant about your stork brothel? If you're so capable, open it in Chen Ping'an's hometown. Either you can't beat him, or you can't beat him at all." She was confused. This was the worst thing about quarreling. The other party had clearly said something unpleasant, but she did not know what he was talking about. Of course, she knew about Chen Ping'an. He was a frequent guest of the stork brothel, and later became the youngest hidden official in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. On the mountain, Jun Yuchio's Dao companion, the woman who changed her name to Nyan Chuantiao, especially liked the look in the eyes of the young man with a sword on his back. She said that he was so clean that she could not bear to knock on his door in the middle of the night and ask if he wanted more blankets. Later, when she heard that Chen Ping'an had mysteriously become a hidden official, the woman was filled with regret. She said that if she had known, she would have gone against her conscience and said that the brothel was haunted. She was afraid that someone would die, so she asked her sister to hide in the house. In the end, the three of them only bickered and did not really fight. They only arranged for a fight to be fought in the future. Dong Huaifu was helping Chen Ping'an make the appointment, and the woman agreed readily. Now that the two of them were at the Da Shendu temple, Dong Huaifu and Yang Zhuo did not talk about their hometown. At most, they talked about Ning Yaro, Chen Ping'an, Chen Sanqiu, and Dai Zhong. The two of them, Ning Yaro, Chen Sanqiu, Dai Zhong, Dong Bude, Guizhuzhou, and Fan Dash. They traveled far and wide and scattered. But in fact, other than Chen Ping'an, everyone had friends by their side. Bai was silent for a moment, and suddenly asked, "What words do you want to carve? Have you thought about it?" Yang Zhuo probably did not expect Mr. Bai to agree to this at all. He raised his head, and for a moment, he was confused. Dong Huaifu reminded him, "No matter how big a seal is, how big can it be? There are more words on a fan. The peach wood of the Da Shendu temple is very valuable. You are already cultivating here, so it is not difficult to make a fan. Besides, didn't you already hide a pile of peachwood dead branches under your bed?" Yang Zhuo was so angry that he scolded, "Lousy pulled you to the ground to pick up branches. At most, I can break some slender peach branches that are not easy to detect. We can do business together and split the profit 50-50. I didn't ask you to cut down such a big peach tree directly." Lousy had to move back and hide the tree with the roots. "These days, I have been sleeping in fear. If that tree was not close to Mr. Bai's residence and no one noticed it for the time being, we would have been hung on the tree by that smiling tiger old Abby Dean. You don't know Master Sun's character. He is definitely the same kind of person as Chen Ping'an." Dong Huaifu crossed his arms. "Anyway, I think Master Sun is very kind and warm to guests. When we met, he asked me if Sister Jeanran was beautiful. When in Rome, do as the Romans do and tell him the truth." After that, Sister Jeanran smiled more every time she saw me. Yang Zhuo held his head with both hands. "Yes, yes, yes. Sister Chunhui, who was said to be round and fertile by you, can't use a sword to cut you, a guest. I am now the official master of the Da Shendu temple. What should I do in the future?" Dong Huaifu punched Yang Zhuo's arm and said, "Mr. Bai is still waiting for you." Yang Zhuo thought for a moment, scratched his head, and said to Mr. Bai, "Why don't Mr. Bai just write it casually? I will go back later and make a peachwood fan and send it over." The child in the tiger head hat said, "Seal it and carve it." Just as Yang Zhuo was about to speak, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. A voice with a smile sounded behind him. "Yang Zhuo, it must be hard to carry such a big peach tree around. Don't look at the peach tree in our Da Shendu temple. It doesn't look tall or big. With so many obstructing branches, it must weigh at least a few thousand pounds. Why don't you let this poor Taoist rub your shoulders? Later, I will make a few hundred fans to sell for money. Don't tire yourself and delay Master Yang's cultivation. It will make my heart ache. In the future, don't do this in the middle of the night." It is easy to accidentally bump into branches when walking in the dark. After that, you will mistakenly think that you were hit by a stick. Yang's body tensed up, and he looked like he was about to cry. Listen, is this something a human would say? Was this something that a venerable old Abbey Dean should say? Bai also turned around and bowed to Suzy. Suzy did the same. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. Just like how Bai had never been to Mount Sway in the Central Plains, he had never seen Suzy in Maishan, who was not far from his hometown. As for Bai Xian's poetry, Bai had of course heard of it from the old Xiaozai. What Bai really appreciated was not Suzy's calligraphy, but Suzy's character as a scholar. Even if it wasn't in vain, if it was someone else who was lucky enough to be born a few hundred years earlier than Suzy and walk on the same path as Suzy, Suzy would still be honest and write a post for that person. She would also belittle herself. Suzy was heroic, so his poetry, calligraphy were all outstanding. After thousands of years, his literary style, talent, and strength of character were all awe-inspiring. On the other side, Yang's body sank and his shoulders were crooked. He turned around and stood up. With wind under his feet, he went behind Priest Sun and massaged his shoulders smoothly. He asked flatteringly, "Elder, this is the technique that Chen Pingan taught me. Is the strength suitable?" Priest Sun sneered, "Nonsense. My fellow Daoist Chen is unyielding and his words are sincere. He speaks his mind. He is not a fence-sitter like you." Yang's was about to withdraw his hands. Unexpectedly, Priest Sun said angrily, "You have the strength to chop down the peach tree, but not the strength to massage your shoulders. What a sissy. You are not cool at all." Dong Huafu suddenly said, "Chopping down the tree has nothing to do with me. I did not go out that night." Priest Sun smiled and nodded. He praised, "That is very much like fellow Daoist Chen." 742. Daoist Sun suddenly laughed heartily and said, "Great, Liu Qi and Leader Cao are here too. Zhon Ran, go and bring the two gentlemen here. Bai Xian and Suzy, you really have a lot of face. My Xiandu Temple, what do you say, Master Yang?" Yang's were answered, "Don't open for 3 years, but open for 3 years." Nun Chunhui accepted the order and was about to leave when Dong Huafu suddenly said, "The old temple master personally went out to welcome Teacher Su, but let Sister Zhon Ran welcome Liu Qi and Cao Cao. Scholars tend to have their own ideas. They smile when they enter, but curse when they leave." Daoist Sun stroked his beard and thought that Dong Haitan's words made sense. "Headache, what a headache. My legs are sore and I can't walk." Chunhui was a little hesitant. Liu Qi and Cao Cao were able to ascend from Haoran heaven and travel the Qingming world. They were worthy of being guests of the Da Xiandu Temple. According to Dong Haitan's words, it would be inappropriate if the Grandmaster favored one over the other. According to what the Grandmaster and Grandmaster did in the past, it was simple. They pretended not to be here and left everything to their disciples. However, Suzy was here today, so the Grandmaster and Grandmaster seemed to be in an awkward position. At this moment, outside the Da Xiandu Temple, there was a handsome young man in white with a broken willow hanging on his waist. He used celestial spells to inscribe countless words on the willow branch. It was Liu Qi, who was as famous as the master of Dragon Tiger Mountain at the foot of Haoran heaven. Wherever there are demons, there will be peachwood swords. Wherever there is well water, there will be Liu Qi's words. 5 years of Huang Yu, Haoran Liu Qi, leaving high and far away, singing softly, forgetting each other. Between the red and green flowers, Liu Qi, a white-clothed gentleman. Beside Liu Qi stood a black-clothed man. He had the face of a man in his 30s and his figure was slender. He was also elegant. He carried an oil paper umbrella on his back. Cao Cao, courtesy name Yuan Chong. This person was also the favorite of many girls on Haoran Mountain. In Haoran heaven, poetry had always been seen as a minor Dao. In short, it was the leftovers of poetry. As for music, it was even worse. Therefore, when Liu Qi and Cao Ju arrived at Qingming Tian, they simply named the blessed land that they accidentally discovered as Shiyu Blessed Land. Other than self-mockery, it was not without accumulated feelings. This secret realm, also known as the Ci Pi Blessed Land, was uninhabited when it was first opened. The vast blessed land had been in the world for many years. Although it was not listed as one of the 72 blessed lands, it was a natural mid-level blessed land. However, there were still very few cultivators living in it. Liu and Cao seemed to treat the entire blessed land as a secluded residence, which could be considered an interesting conversation between immortals. The direct female disciple of the two masters was able to ascend to the heavens in a single bound, rising from the retained man realm to the unpolished jade realm. In addition to the two masters' teachings, she also had a unique blessing. The Da Xian Du temple was rather unusual today. It did not even have a gatekeeper. Just like that, the two guests who had come from afar were left hanging on the street outside. The young man in white smiled and said, "Yuan Chong, do you think the old temple master will show up today? Or, is there something wrong with his body?" There were close to 900 Ci Pi in the world. The young man in white alone created more than 140 of them. He opened up many paths for future poets. In this matter, even Suzy could not compare to him. The black-clothed man joked, "Whether he sees us or not, I am going to ask about his well-being." The white-robed Liu Qi was both a teacher and a friend to Team Cao. Their relationship was similar to Bai Yi and Liu Shulio's visit to the mountains. The founder of the Da Xian Du temple, Sun Huizhong, had traveled the world twice. The first time, he lent his sword to Bai Yi. The second time, he was bored out of his wits in the Qingming world, so he decided to go on a long journey out of boredom. In addition, he also wanted to settle an old feud in the North Continent. During his travels, the old Taoist admired Meishan Suzy from the bottom of his heart. However, he did not have much of an impression of the two literary heroes who were also from the Howran school of Cici. Therefore, even though Liu Qi and team leader Cao had lived in his world for many years, Sun Daoist did not disturb their peaceful cultivation. If it were Suzy, the old Taoist master would have visited Ci Pi Blessed Land more than 10 times. In fact, when the old Taoist master was traveling the world, he did not like Liu Qi and team leader Cao. They dilly-dallied, hesitated, and rolled around in a pile of rouge. The old Taoist master hated Liu Qi and team leader Cao Yuan Chong the most. Don't be fooled by Sun Daozhang's ordinary words. In fact, he had once said some elegant words. He said that in the hometown of literature, poetry was the first class of wealth and honor. When it came to poetry, one's family had already declined, but when it came to poetry, one's family had completely fallen into poverty. Fortunately, there was Suzy in poetry. He was mighty and upright, a wonder of heaven and earth. He was immortal and divine. Other than that, Liu Qi and team leader Cao Yuan Chong were nothing more than children and grandchildren who bent down to grind ink for Bai Xian and lowered their heads to serve wine to Suzy. Once such harsh words were spoken, it was hard to take them back. Therefore, how could Sun Daoist master welcome Liu Qi and Cao Yuan Chong? This made the old Taoist master feel embarrassed for the first time. In the past, Sun Daoist master thought that they would never interact with each other. He did not expect Bai Yi to come to the Taoist temple first, followed by Suzy, and Liu Qi and Cao Yuan Chong. Dong Huafu winked at Fatty Yang. Yang's were immediately tried to make up for his mistake. He said to the old Taoist master, when Chen Pinggan was carving chapters for people, he mentioned Liu Qi and Cao Yuan Chong's poetry to me. He said that Liu Qi's poetry was not as high as Meishan's, but it was enough to be called the origin of poetry. It should not be treated as words spoken after getting drunk. Mr. Liu put in a lot of effort and sincerely hoped that the lovers in the world would get married and that the flowers in the world would be beautiful and the moon round, and people would live a long life. The most important part of Yuan Chong's poetry was no longer the carving of words, but the use of deep emotions. It had the elegance of a lady from a noble family, but also the cuteness of a girl from a humble family. One of the lines, "The sound of weaving scares the flowers in the courtyard," was really whimsical. It was something that no one had ever thought of before. It was fresh, meaningful, and touching. It deserved to be called the flower of poetry. The old Taoist master smiled and nodded gently. Good, good, good. The origin of poetry and the flower of poetry were wonderful and deeply touched my heart. Fellow Daoist Chen's insight was indeed the same as mine. The old Abbey Dean quickly coughed a few times and corrected himself. To be honest, these words were spoken by fellow Daoist Chen when we first met in the North Continent. We traveled together and regretted that we didn't meet earlier. I was the first to express my feelings when I was drinking wine with fellow Daoist Chen and discussing about literature. I didn't expect that Master Hidden Official would use it for reference at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. What a good fellow Daoist Chen. Everywhere he goes, nothing grows. Forget it, I won't argue with fellow Daoist Chen over such trivial matters. Dong Huafu rolled his eyes. Chunhui asked, "What do you mean, Taoist master? Did he ask her to welcome Liu Qi and Cao Yuanchong, or did he ask the Taoist master to welcome them personally?" The old Taoist master stared at him and said, "Zhanran, what are you waiting for? Come with me to welcome Liu Qi and Cao Yuanchong. Is it the way of the gatekeeper of the Taoist temple to treat our guests? Who taught you this? Is it your master? Ask him to copy the Huangting Sutra 100 times with his special hairpin-style small regular script. Ask him to deliver the Huangting Sutra personally. Our Taoist temple lost the inkstone by accident. How can we not show our gratitude?" Chunhui agreed on behalf of her master without hesitation. After all, it was her master who had to work hard and it had nothing to do with her. At this moment, the old Abbey Dean had a well-thought-out plan. Without any hesitation, he took Chunhui out of the gate with the wind under his feet. Then, he gave a sincere speech to the two grandmasters of poetry without missing a single word. Liu Qi in white smiled but did not say anything. Group leader Cao could not help laughing. Tianshui by Xian was destined not to say such words. Maishan Suzy had met the two of them before. They met at the blessed land of Shiyu and sang a lot of poems. Suzy played the flute and drank wine. He should not have said such words. Could it be that they had misunderstood Sun Daoist? Beside the pond in the thatched cottage, Suzy felt that the previous comments were quite interesting. He smiled and asked, "Mr. Bai, do you know who this Chen Pingan is?" Since the old Taoist master called him fellow cultivator Chen, could he be a hermit from Howren's hometown? Bai also habitually pulled at the ribbons of his hat and said, "He is the last disciple of the old elementary scholar. He is very young and very nice." Although I have never met Chen Pingan, the old elementary scholar talked about him non-stop in the Fifth World. Suzy nodded, "Then I have to go and meet this young man when I return home." Bai shook his head. "If I am not mistaken, he is still at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It is not easy for Suzy to meet him." Suzy frowned and was puzzled. There are still people who can guard the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Didn't those sword cultivators ascend to the New World? Bai nodded. "Only Chen Pingan is left. He is the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He has been there all these years." Suzy smiled and said, "A young outsider can be a hidden official in the most exclusive Great Wall of Sword Chi? He can't just be the last disciple of the sage of literature." Dong Huafu said casually, "Chen Pingan has a small coin that he likes very much. The seal characters seem to be Suzy's poems are like paintings." Chen Pingan swore that he would take it as a family heirloom. Bai sighed as well. The last disciple of the old scholar, Chen Pingan, could be said to be the epitome of the style of the old scholar. Suzy was surprised. Suzy was slightly surprised. He didn't think that there would be such a thing. In fact, he didn't have much of a relationship with the sage of literature. He didn't mind some things, but among his disciples, there were many people who complained because Xiu Hu had neglected their teacher when he was evaluating the level of the world's calligraphers. Xiu Hu, on the other hand, was very good at everything. Therefore, after a while, it was just like the battle between the White Fairy and Suzy, which made Maishan Suzy feel very helpless. So Suzy did not think that among the disciples of the sage of literature, there would be someone who sincerely praised his poems. Fatty Yang secretly gave Dong Huafu a thumbs up. This Dong Haitan never spoke nonsense. He only knew how to add the finishing touch. Bai asked telepathically, "Suzy, are you going to return to your hometown with Liu Cao?" Suzy nodded and said, "The three of us have the same idea." The peaceful atmosphere and thousands of poems are just icing on the cake. In these troubled times, we can learn from Mr. Bai and go to the Fuyao continent together. When he said the word junior, the bearded Maishan Suzy looked at the child beside him with a tiger head hat. He could not hide his smile. Bai nodded and said, "A little Howren Chi can speed 1,000 miles. Suzy's return this time is indeed a good poem." After Liu Qi and Cao Ju appeared, they immediately bowed to Bai. As for the image of a child in a tiger head hat, it did not hinder their respect for Bai's yarn. Bai also bowed in return. In Bai's heart, Liu Qi and Cao Ju were inferior to Suzy on this journey. In fact, team leader Cao held Bai in high esteem, almost to the point of no return. Cao Ju even specially engraved a book seal for his own use. It was the 4 words by Xian Shiyu. He also solemnly imprinted it on the title page of his own poetry collection. So it was hard to imagine that team leader Cao would be so reserved just because he saw a person. Team leader Cao looked at Bai Yi, who was fascinated by him, and blushed. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Fatty Yang and Dong Haitan were confused. Why was this guy so agitated after seeing Mr. Bai? Therefore, a scholar like Bai Yi was free wherever he went. Bai Yi met the ancients and sages. Even if the ancients and sages saw him, Bai Yi was still the one and only Bai Xian throughout the ages. Daoist Sun looked at the 4 of them and said, "Today at the gathering of peach trees in Da Shendu Temple, White Fairy Suzy, Liu Ci Yuan, and Cao Huatsong are here. It's not inferior to the gathering of the 4 celestial swords. It's a blessing for the Daoist temple and the world. If I don't use the steely rubbing technique to leave this painting for the future generations, I will be a sinner." Bai also turned to look. The old Daoist immediately laughed and said, "Brother Bai, you don't have to worry. You still look like a 14th level Howren Bai. There's no need for Brother Bai to say anything more. This old Daoist is the most experienced. I will definitely wait for more than 100 years before Da Shendu Temple tells others about this." Big Beard Suzy, Liu Qi, and Cao Ju all reminded the old temple master at the same time, 1 each. The old temple master complained to them, "I am not a fool. How can I make such a mistake?" Yang Zue and Dong Huafu said telepathically, "What if Chen Pinggan is here?" Dong Huafu thought for a while and said, "Flattery is the key. Mr. Bai's poem, Liu Qi's lyrics, Cao Ju's painting, Suzy's ink, and the old temple master's seal. None of them can escape." Yang Family Drugstore. Li Liu left Lady Qingzhong in Lushire Pit on the sea and let this Ascendant Realm Great Demon continue to take care of the bridge in the sea that connected the 2 continents. Li Liu returned to his hometown alone and found Old Man Yang. The old man took big puffs of tobacco and frowned. His old face was full of wrinkles. There seemed to be too many stories hidden in it, and he had no intention of telling anyone. Clouds and mist surrounded the whole drugstore. Even Kui Dong couldn't spy on this place. Li Liu asked, "Has Lady Gui been here?" Old Yang nodded. Lady Gui in Old Dragon City was an old friend of the Moon Palace. She was different from those reincarnated gods. As the purest descendant of the Moon Palace, she didn't fall into the same situation as those ancient gods in Marshall Mountain because of the Sage of Right's plea in the early years. She was not imprisoned by the Central Military Ancestral Court despite her special identity. Therefore, for thousands of years, Lady Gui had been watching the ups and downs of the world coldly. The good and bad of the world had nothing to do with her. However, the last time Lady Gui visited here, she was accompanied by old Ju Zi, Lu Chen's unnamed eldest disciple. He seemed to have met a green-robed scholar named Bai Jun in the capital of Dali and was beaten up for no reason. Old Ju Zi probably recognized the other party's true identity and scolded him a lot. He was not afraid at all. "Anyway, you can beat me to death if you have the ability." Moreover, old Ju Zi still adhered to the old rule that used to be famous in the world. He only used his mouth and not his hands. Li Liu asked again, "What about her?" Old Yang said, "Ruan Xiu is different from you. It doesn't matter if she comes or not." Li Liu changed the topic. "You don't seem to have left this place. Don't you want to make an exception for Li Huai? At least we can see each other one last time." His younger brother Li Huai and Li Liu's mother were both ordinary people. It was just that the latter was a headache for the old man, while the former was doted on by old man Yang. Therefore, some illusory matters of fortune and destiny were really like a joke to Li Huai. Old man Yang threw all of it to Li Huai, this brat. The old man was like an old man in his twilight years who knew that his time was up. He treated Li Huai as his own junior. Other than that, Li Zheng Dafeng, as well as the new direct disciples Su Jian and Shi Lingshan, even including the previous batch of disciples, such as the two old ancestors of the Cao and Yuan families who became the subjects of the Great Li's resurgence, even Wan Xiu, Li Liu, and Ma Kushuan, none of them had anything to do with Li Huai. Compared to them, it was precisely because Li Huai was not in the situation that old Yang gave him opportunities and blessings, not burdening him at all. Since there were people with good lives, there would be people with bad lives. It had been like this since ancient times, and it would still be like this for thousands of years. Old Yang shook his head and said, "What's there to say? I've already said what needs to be said." Although he said that, Li Liu could clearly feel the old man's sadness. It was as if the most ordinary old man in a small family would regret not being able to see the future of his grandson with his own eyes. However, the old man's arrogance made it difficult for him to say anything. Li Liu sat on a long bench outside the room and tried to accompany the old man as much as possible. Old Yang smiled and said, "Finally, there's some humanity." Li Liu crossed his fingers and looked up at the sky. On the ancestral mountain of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, the sect master Wan Jiao personally cooked a large table of dishes. His daughter Wan Xiu, disciples Dong Jiyu, Shu Xiaoqiao, Xieling, and Liu Xianyang were all present. After the sect built an abode on the mountain top of the old mountain, they rarely had the chance to gather together like this. Liu Xianyang attentively served Master Wan food while turning to Wan Xiu and said with a smile, "Miss Xiu Xiu, food is everything." Wan Xiu smiled and picked up her chopsticks quickly. Dong Jiyu and the others actually admired Liu Xianyang as their junior brother on the landscape register. He dared to say and do anything in front of their master. Liu Xianyang even dared to make fun of their master, Wan Jiao, who was a woman who sold wine in a small town. If it were Dong Jiyu and Shu Xiaoqiao, they wouldn't dare to be so bold. In fact, according to the order in which they entered the sect, Liu Xianyang, who was temporarily borrowed by the Melo Chen family of the South Sorrel continent, should be their senior brother. However, the lazy Liu Xianyang really didn't mind this, so they didn't say anything. Liu Xianyang guarded the blacksmith shop alone outside the mountain. He was really idle. Other than taking a nap on the bamboo chair under the eaves, he often squatted on the bank of the Dragon Whisker River and threw a big bag of leaves into the water one by one. He watched the small boat float away with the water. Often, he would stand on the shore alone and perform a series of fierce punches. Then, he would shout a few times and stomp his feet. He would make a ruckus and say something like "thunder under my feet" or "rain and water coming over the river." He would put on an act and form a sword seal with one hand while holding his wrist with the other hand. He would recite a few words in a serious manner and make the leaves floating on the surface of the water stand up one by one. Then, he would recite a few words that were like a leaf flying over the waves. After eating on the mountain, Liu Xianyang burped all the way down the mountain. When he returned to the shop by the river, it was already night. When he passed by the small town, he heard the sound of the night watch. There were 5 watches in the night, but Liu Xianyang heard the first watch in the evening. The watchman patrolled the night to remind people to work at sunrise and rest at sunset. Actually, the small towns of Pearl Grotto Heaven in the past did not pay attention to this. In the end, he saw a friend sitting on a bamboo chair and drinking. It was the supervisor of kilns, Cao Gengxin, who came from Chong'er Street in Dallas capital. Out of all of Liu Xianyang's friends, he was probably the most senior official. Liu Xianyang jogged over eagerly. Supervisor Cao bent over and picked up a jug of alcohol by his feet. He had originally left it for Liu Xianyang, so he tossed it over gently and smiled. "If I had appeared 15 minutes later, I would have left without saying goodbye." Liu Xianyang caught the alcohol and sat to one side. He smiled. "You've been promoted." Cao Gungshin nodded and rubbed his cheeks hard. He said helplessly, "You can say that. I'm still a neighbor of that Yuan guy. As soon as I think about that door god's face that never wavers from joy, anger, sorrow, or joy since young, I feel annoyed." Over all these years, Supervisor Cao had always been Supervisor Cao. The guy who had gone from District Magistrate Yuan to Provincial Governor Yuan had already been promoted last year. He had left the bureaucracy of the Dragon Province and gone to the government office of the 6 ministries in Dallas Auxiliary Capital, becoming the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Many large empires would often establish auxiliary capitals, and the rank of the government office in the auxiliary capital would be reduced by a rank at most. As a matter of fact, the rank of the officials in the auxiliary capital would be the same as in the capital. Most of them were places where the elderly nobles retired. They would be sent out of the capital with the excuse of auxiliary capital affairs. They would go to the auxiliary capital to take up a post with an honorary title, or some officials in the capital would be demoted. The imperial court was basically trying to preserve their dignity as much as possible. However, the Dali dynasty was obviously different. Whether it was the geographical location of the auxiliary capital or the allocation of officials, they all demonstrated the great reliance the Song clan placed on the auxiliary capital. Of the 6 ministries in the auxiliary capital, apart from the ministers who were still composed and old, the other assistant ministers were all young, strong officials like Yuan Zhangding. And, the various ministries in the auxiliary capital possessed tremendous authority. In particular, the position of Minister of War in the auxiliary capital was directly taken up by the Minister of the capital of Dali. As a matter of fact, it was not even what the officials in the imperial court had expected, which was to hand over this position to some newly promoted general. It was only said that the authority of the Ministry of War to submit petitions and select officials had actually moved south from the capital of Dali to the auxiliary capital. The position of the first ever Chancellor of the Imperial College in the history of the auxiliary capital was taken up by the headmaster of the Linlu Academy on the cloud-parting mountain in the north. Cao Gungshin said mentally, "I've found some new clues regarding your and your friend's lifebound porcelain." Liu Xianyang nodded and took a sip of alcohol. "I owe you a favor." Over at the shop in the Dragon Rider Alley, Sharu hummed an incomplete ballad passed down from the kingdom of Jiyu Shu. White clouds in the sky, hills appear naturally, the road is long and far, between the mountains and rivers, the generals do not die, they can still come back. Now, there was an additional assistant in the shop. He could speak but did not like to speak, like a little mute. When there were no customers, the child liked to sit alone on the doorstep in a daze. Sharu liked it, and she never bothered him. Every day, other than practicing a fixed amount of punches and stances, the child also had to copy books like Pei Qian, who had learned from half a master. However, the child was stubborn. He would never punch more than once, walk more than once, and was unwilling to write more than once when he copied books. He was just doing it half-heartedly. When Pei Qian returned, he could exchange the punches and paper for money. As for the papers, they were all thrown into a bamboo basket by the child nicknamed a man every day. After the bamboo basket was filled, it was all moved to the large wicker basket in the corner. When Sharu was cleaning the room, she bent over and glanced at the bamboo basket a few times. The earthworms crawled and twisted. Her handwriting was far worse than Pei Qian's when he was young. Sharu liked this kind of peaceful life very much. In the past, when she looked after the shop alone, she would occasionally feel that it was too lonely. With the addition of little R-Man, it was just right. There was more life in the shop, but it was still quiet. Nowadays, the small town was bustling with merchants. Sharu liked to buy books and books to pass the time. They were stacked neatly on the counter. Occasionally, little R-Man would flip through a few pages. Today, the shop's business was average. Sharu and R-Man read their own books together. The child stood on a small stool and even had to stand on his tiptoes. The child suddenly moved the book a few inches horizontally and reached out to touch the page. Sharu turned her head to look. It was a sentence from a wise person in the book. At the beginning of man, the world is connected, and man is connected. In the morning, in the evening, the sky and man, in the morning, in the evening, in the evening. Shrew smiled. However, she felt that it was inappropriate. She knew how she looked now. Shrew quickly restrained her expression and explained softly to the child, "Those immortals who went to the mountain to cultivate immortal skills all believe that a long, long time ago, the world was connected, and the immortals lived together. How should I put it? For example, it's similar to how we visit houses in the market. However, some houses have high thresholds, like the small towns Fortune Street and Peachleaf Alley. Ordinary people can't go there easily, and no one will answer when they knock on the door. However, in our Riding Dragon Alley, the threshold is naturally not high. However, where and what is the path that connects heaven and man is passed down in the books. Some say it's an ascension platform, some say it's a big tree, some say it's a mountain. In any case, there's no accurate description." The child nodded. He seemed to have understood. On the mountain of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect, Ruan Xiu walked to the edge of the mountain peak alone. She leaned back and fell down the cliff. She looked at the words carved on the cliff one by one. 743. At dusk, in a small country in the Aquarius continent, in Qingyuan Prefecture's Xianyu County, a young daoist who had been traveling around came to a dojo. He claimed to be good friends with dojo master Shu. The young daoist wore a pair of clean cloth shoes. He held a green bamboo walking stick and carried a sword case on his back. The hilts of 2 long swords were exposed, one of them was made of peach wood. He carried a package on his back. The dojo's gatekeeper recognized the peachwood sword. The storyteller on the Heavenly Bridge had said that whenever a daoist went down the mountain to travel, regardless of whether they were from Mount Longhu or not, they liked to carry a peachwood sword on their back. The gatekeeper was a disciple who had just joined the martial arts club a few years ago. Because the outside world had not been peaceful in recent years, he had asked for a customs clearance document from the other party. In fact, this disciple did not know many characters and was just putting on an act. Nowadays, when foreigners traveled to the county, whether they rented a carriage, donkey, or stopped at an inn, they would be carefully checked by the bailiffs and patrolling officers. Therefore, it was not the turn of a disciple of the martial arts club to check on them. The gatekeeper returned the customs clearance document and said that he would go and report. The young daoist nodded with a smile and waited patiently. This cross-continent trip to the south was more or less like this in the Aquarius continent. Not to mention that the cultivators on the mountain were wary of everyone, even the commoners at the foot of the mountain were very cautious. For example, when the night watchman patrolled the county cities at night, the Yamen would arrange people to follow the night watchman to prevent criminals from running around and committing crimes. In addition, the doors of the civil and military temples and the city god temple were all open at night. This was because the imperial court had already ordered that all the local ancestral temples had to ensure that incense burned continuously. The local Yamen at all levels specially sent people to roll the grave to offer incense. The commoners who had to wake up in the middle of the night had some complaints, but it was actually just trivial chit-chat. There was no resentment. After all, every household had their turn every few days. In addition, the rich people in the county cities also took turns to open supper shops. They would not let the commoners make a wasted trip. Some poor and lonely families actually liked the way the Yamen did this. Therefore, they burned incense at night to show their sincerity. Every day, there would be old teachers from the school, as well as scholars and scholars running around. In addition, there were elders from the ancestral temples of various families and even some old people who were 70 years old. They all held crutches and helped to calm the commoners. In general, they all said that the war outside was very fierce, but as long as they won, from the Song clan to their own imperial court, there would be subsidies in terms of taxes. The emperor had issued official documents and would not bully anyone. Therefore, as long as they survived, it would be a good day that came once in 100 years. Therefore, if anyone dared to disobey the rules, not only would they be punished by the nation's laws, the Yamen's laws and the ancestral temple's laws would also be punished and their names would be removed from the family tree. The commoners might not know about the nation's laws, but the family tree's laws, especially the severity of removing one's name from the family tree, was naturally clear to everyone. Shu Yuanxia quickly walked to the gate and saw the young daoist outside. She laughed heartily and stepped over the threshold. She pressed on Zhong Shanfeng's shoulder and slightly increased her strength. Good fellow, your bones are so strong that you can almost catch up to Brother Shu. The dojo's disciple who acted as the gatekeeper was a bit puzzled. His master had not been this happy in a long time. His master had a wide range of friends and liked to spread his wealth. There were many guests who came to the dojo to eat and drink. However, some of the laughter came from his master's mouth. Many people in Jianghu treated their guests like this. However, today's laughter seemed to come from his master's eyes. Xu Yuanxia hugged Zhong Shanfeng and lightly patted the young Daoist's back a few times before letting go. She took a few steps back and nodded. You still look good. You are half as handsome as Brother Shu when he was young. Seeing Xu Yuanxia, who he had not seen for a long time, the young Daoist was momentarily speechless. On the mountain, he was used to his master's and senior brother's appearances not changing. When Zhong Shanfeng looked at the old man in front of him, Zhong Shanfeng's expression suddenly became absent-minded. He saw that the old man's back was straight. His hair was grey and he even shaved his beard. He almost could not recognize him. The young Daoist, who still looked the same as before, remembered that the bearded hero in front of him was unknowingly already half 100 years old. This was the difference between a martial artist at the foot of the mountain and a refinement master on the mountain. If a pure martial artist could reach the 3 realms of qi refinement, he could barely maintain his appearance. However, if he could not reach the golden body realm, his appearance would gradually age and be no different from the common people. His hair would also decline and his hair would turn white. Zhong Shanfeng collected his thoughts and gave a fist salute. Brother Shu. Xu Yuanxia pulled Zhong Shanfeng over the threshold and grumbled softly, Shanfeng, why are you alone? If that kid doesn't come, I won't be able to drink anymore. Zhong Shanfeng said helplessly, I took the hemp sect's ferry this time and needed to pass by the Oxhorn Mountain crossing. In the end, I didn't see Chen Pingan at Luopa Mountain. The last time he went to the North Continent, I happened to not be on the mountain. Xu Yuanxia comforted him. It's okay. Don't force it. You are still young. Speaking of this, Xu Yuanxia laughed. Still young. After Xu Yuanxia returned to her hometown, she opened this martial arts school. Actually, the Xu family was the most powerful family in the county. However, Xu Yuanxia had left home for too long and was from a side branch, so she could be considered to be independent. The martial arts school was run on a small scale. After so many years, it did not produce any particularly talented disciples. The direct disciples of the martial arts school did not take in any more disciples. The business was not bleak, but it did not make a name for itself in the pugilistic world. However, this unremarkable martial arts school was not that simple in the pugilistic world of this remote country, especially in the eyes of those who were observant. This was because there were rumors that Master Shu, who was not proficient in fist techniques, knew a few immortal masters on the mountain. Moreover, when Master Shu was in the army, he had accumulated a few dispensable relationships with the officials. Xu Yuanxia was actually quite annoyed by this nonsense. What relationship did she have with the imperial court? Her fist techniques were not proficient. In any case, she was a 6th realm martial artist. That was not bad. However, she could not blame outsiders for making groundless accusations. In reality, after Xu Yuanxia returned to her hometown, she did not take the realm of martial artists seriously. Not only did she deliberately hide the level of her fist techniques, she did not even say a word about breaking through to the 6th realm. Otherwise, a 6th realm martial artist in the pugilistic world of a remote country like Xu Yuanxia's hometown would be considered the top of the pugilistic world. As long as they were willing to open their doors to welcome guests and build a good relationship with the sects on the mountain and the imperial court, they would even have a chance to become the leader of a pugilistic world. However, the smaller the place, the more powerful the fist techniques, the more grudges there would be in the pugilistic world. Human relationships were the most annoying. Xu Yuanxia secretly wrote a travel book on mountains and rivers. She deleted and added, but she never found the bookseller to print it. Her life's heroism was wasted in wine. She would leave it to the pugilistic world she had walked through in the past. Only when she reunited with a true friend would this bearded swordsman, who had walked through mountains and rivers alone, truly want to drink. At the wine table. When a pro-disciple of the martial arts club brought wine to Xu Yuanxia, he felt a little strange. In fact, his master had not drunk much in recent years. Occasionally, he drank wine, but it was only a small sip. Most of the time, he drank tea. Zhong Shanfeng's gift was a few cans of tea. He had bought them at a ferry called Anji. Beside the ferry was a Jingguang temple. The tea trees in the temple were as white as jade, and the veins were green. The price was not expensive. When Xu Yuanxia accepted the tea, she could not help but laugh. What a coincidence. Nowadays, she really liked drinking tea. The tea was produced in Anshi, which was close to her hometown in Xianyu County. It was not a fairy's tea. Anyone with a little money could buy and drink it. Later, she would let Chen Pinggan pick the tea to drink. Whether it was Anji or Anshi, they were all good tea with good names. Thinking back to the past, appearance, drinking capacity, fist techniques, knowledge, Chen Pinggan did not compete with Xu Yuanxia and Zhong Shanfeng in anything. Only in the matter of names, Chen Pinggan wanted to compete. He insisted that his name was the best. Brother Xu, why are you still single? That's outrageous. Zhong Shanfeng took a sip of wine and joked, in the past, the three of us agreed that when you return to your hometown, find a beautiful girl, marry a wife, and have children, you have to recognize me and Chen Pinggan as your godfathers. Of course, you have to have a daughter. Then, you have to have 2 sons. One will learn the Dao techniques of the outer sect of Longhu Mountain from me, and the other will learn fist techniques and sword techniques from Chen Pinggan. Xu Yuanxia rolled her eyes and continued drinking. She did not persuade Zhong Shanfeng to drink more. Persuading others to be heroic at the drinking table was not a heroic act. I also wanted to, but it was delayed again and again. Shanfeng, your drinking method is so scholarly. Do you think it's drinking tea? You're not even as good as Chen Pinggan. To hell with being a heroic person at the drinking table. What was the point of drinking without persuading others? Xu Yuanxia was drunk, and Zhong Shanfeng was also drunk. After Xu Yuanxia heard some rumors about Zhong Shanfeng, she sighed and said that the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a place where kindness and hatred were distinguished. It was the home of revenge and was definitely not a place to hide evil. Zhong Shanfeng raised his wine bowl and said that he could accompany Brother Xu to drink. Zhong Shanfeng suddenly asked Xu Yuanxia how old Chen Pinggan was now. The drunk Xu Yuanxia shook her head and said that she could not remember clearly. They could also drink first. Xu Yuanxia, who was no longer a heroic person with a big beard, was completely drunk in front of the table. She looked out the door and muttered, I want to buy Osman flowers to drink with me, but I'm no longer a youth. I'm old. Where's the youth? Zhong Shanfeng lay on the table and burped with drunken eyes. Don't be careless. The next time we meet, Chen Pinggan will be taller than us. Flowers will bloom again, year after year. People are no longer young. Everyone is like this. Only a cup of wine with the spring breeze could never be enough. A round-faced girl in cotton clothes passed by the Tiefu River and walked to the Longshu River. She found many leaves in the water. She finally saw a man squatting by the river, scattering leaves to make a boat. He seemed to be in his early 20s, but because he was a cultivator, his true age definitely exceeded that. Liu Xianyang turned around. When he saw the unfamiliar girl, he immediately smiled resplendently. He stood up quickly and began introducing himself. My surname is Liu Xianyang, a native of Dali. I've been studying diligently since I was young. Although I still don't have scholarly achievements, I've read tens of thousands of books and traveled tens of thousands of kilometers. My ambitions are great, and I have a small family fortune. I have an ancestral home in a small town, and the location is excellent. This unfamiliar round-faced girl looked a little confused. Did she not understand what he was saying, or did she not understand him at all? She was not a native of Dali. Was that why she did not understand official language? Sure enough, the girl asked, where is this? The great words of the world. Liu Xianyang mistook her for the fairy from another continent who had traveled through the Aquarius continent. In the current Aquarius continent, there were many young Qi practitioners from other continents who were looking for opportunities to travel the world. As the ruins of the old Li Pearl Paradise, the Dragon Province was obviously a place they had to choose. When Liu Xianyang left home to study when he was young, he had already seen the pavilions of immortals along the way. Beautiful women stood alone and ribbons drifted into the distance. He had seen quite a lot of similar immortal sights. After seeing a lot of them, they did not seem like much. The scenery was extremely beautiful, but it was all someone else's. However, when the round-faced girl in plain clothes before him spoke softly, or when she blinked her large, watery eyes, it was still rather pleasant to hear. Liu Xianyang answered with a smile, "The Aquarius continent, the Dragon Province." The girl was stunned. Why had she come to the Aquarius continent? It just happened to be the place she did not want to come to the least. She was Kui Yu. Earlier, on the peach leaf ferry of the Tongye continent, she had been imprisoned in that person's sleeve for no reason. In the sleeve of mountains and rivers, Kui Yu had just cooked a pot of immortal rice, but before she could even eat it, she discovered she had seen the light of day again. Then, she had been thrown onto an unfamiliar mountain for no reason. All she could do was ask if the pot of rice could be returned to her. There was no reply at all, so Kui Yu could only follow the path under her feet and wander around casually. She passed by a bustling town where the three rivers converged, all the way until she arrived here. That was because there was a mountain here where the moonlight seemed to be naturally denser. It was not an ability or technique that immortals use to gather the spiritual qi of the world, so Kui Yu was rather curious. Kui Yu said, "I'm Yu Qian Yu. I come from the Central Plains." The round-faced girl in cotton clothes was rather satisfied with her sudden inspiration. This was the astuteness and experience that one should have when roaming the Jianghu. Liu Xianyang praised, "Lady, that's a great name." Kui Yu hesitated and asked, "Are you a scholar?" Liu Xianyang also hesitated. With a sincere expression, he said in a low voice, "You can't be." Originally, he had thought of quite a few sayings, such as something about living a life wrapped in coarse cloth and having a scholarly aura. It seemed there was no need for that. She could be, right? She was worthy of being a scholar. Then she definitely was. Kui Yu turned around and left. She planned to find a secluded mountain and cook. It would be best if no one could see her. Liu Xianyang eagerly followed. He was 4 or 5 steps away from the round-faced girl, not daring to be rude. He walked sideways. "Lady Qian Yu, it's only a few steps away. Are you sure you don't want to take a look at our Huaihuang County? There's a good place in Dragon Rider Alley called the New Year Shop. The pastries are so delicious that you can eat them as rice, and the price is also cheap." Kui Yu shook her head. Liu Xianyang could only stop. Kui Yu suddenly frowned and asked 3 questions in one breath. "Liu, young master, have you heard of Luopa Mountain? Is this place far from Luopa Mountain? It's not close, right?" Liu Xianyang nodded and said, "It's not close." Chen Pingan's Luopa Mountain really wasn't close to the blacksmith shop by the river. Kui Yu let out a sigh of relief. In the end, she didn't let Liu Xianyang follow her. She planned to go to the small town. She had some immortal money and gold and silver on her. She didn't speak the official language here. In any case, she just needed to pay more to buy things. As for the New Year shop in Dragon Rider Alley, she definitely wouldn't go there. However, she still wanted to take a look at that mountain from afar. Liu Xianyang did not bother this lady Qian Yu who had come from afar too much either. He only reminded her not to travel with the wind here, as there were rules, and they were set down by an old-fashioned blacksmith. Kui Yu thanked the young man with the surname of Liu sincerely. Obviously, she would not travel with the wind so easily. This place called the Dragon Province was far too mystical. The spiritual qi of the mountains and rivers was far too abundant. Coupled with the fact that it was not a large territory, there were actually so many flourishing temples of gods gathered together. If she were in the Tongye province, Kui Yu would not have been so afraid. She would mind her own business. If anyone really wanted to provoke her, she would not mind returning the favor. As long as it was not someone with a screw loose in the head like Jiang Shangzhen, she was not afraid of anyone. However, in this tiny and strange Aquarius province, Qiyu felt like she would never be safe anywhere. If it were not for the fact that Qiyu was a pure demon, she definitely would have been tossed aside somewhere, standing there without moving at all. Liu Xianyang returned to the shop and continued to doze off on the bamboo chair under the eaves. His mind wandered. Qiyu strolled around the town casually before going to the mountain with the most moonlight. At the entrance to the mountain, she came across a little water monster that she took a liking to as soon as she laid eyes on it. The little girl in black carried a small bamboo chair and sat under the archway of the mountain entrance. On the other side of the archway was a small, golden carrying pole and a green bamboo walking stick. It was as if the little girl wanted to be a gatekeeper together with this fellow. The little girl in black patrolled the mountain by herself twice a day in the morning and night. After rushing along the way, she would hurry over to the entrance to the mountain to keep watch. Umi swam to the North Continent, while Pei Qian returned home and descended the mountain. As a result, the big water monster of Mute Lake no longer seemed to be a gatekeeper for anyone early in the morning. She patrolled the mountain by herself every day. However, she got Jingqing to go to the vassal mountains like Grey Mist Mountain and Yellow Lake Mountain. She picked a flower and tree from each of them and planted them on Luopa Mountain. Why could White Cloud fly without cultivating? Would it be tiring for the stream to run so far? When the wind blew through the treetops, would the leaves wake up? Fish eat lotus flowers. The mountains and rivers are fine. Alas, the world is peaceful. The country is prosperous and the people are at peace. However, the current Jumili had a little worry that she was too embarrassed to tell Sister Nwanshu about. Because the incense stick little one who did the roll call on time was furious. She said that she didn't know what was going on. Someone actually said that the guardian of Luopa Mountain was actually just a little water monster in the cave abode realm. Jumili didn't get angry. At that time, she just scratched her face and said that her realm wasn't high to begin with. However, after that, when she met Sister Nwanshu and Jingqing, she would still chatter non-stop. However, when she was alone, the little girl in black no longer liked to talk to herself. She became a little mute who liked to scratch her face and scratch her head. In the past, the little girl would go to the old chef and say that she had learned a peerless fist technique from Pei Qian. Since he was taller, he would let her have 3 moves first. After that, she would call it a day and run away. The current little Mealy would often look at the few piggy banks. She, Pei Qian, and Sister Nwanshu each had their own little white porcelain banks. The current Longju Kill was no longer the imperial tribute of the Song clan. It was famous at the foot of the mountain. In the past, Ju Mealy counted the days with her fingers. Now, she counted the years with her fingers. Therefore, Ju Mealy began to practice calligraphy. She cut out the red paper of the Spring Festival couplets and wrote some small notes like spring, summer, autumn, and winter, 4 seasons piece. She stuck them on the piggy banks one by one. Therefore, at this moment, little Mealy was secretly worrying about it alone. Then, she saw the round-faced sister who came to visit. Jiaoyu changed her mind and asked the little girl from afar, "Do you know how to speak the language of the Central Divine Continent?" Ju Mealy had actually been secretly glancing at the cute sister with the round face. She quickly got up and cupped her fists in greeting. Then, she quickly ran to Jiaoyu and stood still. I know. I just don't know how to speak it." Jiaoyu laughed. An immortal sect that let a cave abode realm cultivator be the gatekeeper, and a mountain monster at that, shouldn't have a strong foundation. However, it was pretty good. The little girl in front of her was so cute. Jiaoyu had a good impression of this mountain at first sight. If they were willing to let a little water monster be the gatekeeper, the atmosphere must be very good. Therefore, Jiaoyu asked, "Where is this?" "Ah!" The little girl scratched her face. She didn't expect that this elder sister of hers wouldn't know of the famous name of her mountain. Since it was her duty to tell this elder sister of hers, she could even earn a small merit. Later, she could ask Pei Qian for credit. Therefore, little Mealy puffed out her chest and stood on her tiptoes. She crossed her arms and said seriously, "My home is Luopo Mountain. My good mountain lord's surname is Chen. Sister can't know him. Do you understand? Aquarius continent, Luopo mountain, mountain lord's surname is Chen. The moonlight shone on the world. This place seemed to occupy the most. Jiuyu's face stiffened. She silently raised her hands. She didn't dare to slap her face. She just lightly covered her cheeks. No one bullied her like this. In the overseas battlefield of the South Hassa continent, there were many demons stationed in the desolate world. However, they weren't in a hurry to invade the land. It was said that the old dragon city at the southernmost part of the Aquarius continent had been completely destroyed. It was embroidered Tiger Kui Dong who used a mountain word seal that wasn't inferior to the inverted hanging mountain to smash the entire southernmost land. On the battlefield of the southern mountain, Dallas Iron Cavalry and the vassal army worked together with the immortal masters on the mountain. They successfully stopped the demon army from coming ashore. In the history of the world, there had never been a battlefield, never a war, that was able to shatter the mountains and rivers of a continent, forming a true mountain-river continent sinking. The Aquarius continent did it. As a result, the criticism of the scholar Chen Chunan in the central divine continent became more and more intense. The armies of the mountains, rivers, and land and the demon clan from overseas were in a standoff. Even though there was a suffocating atmosphere as if a storm was coming, in the eyes of many scholars of the Central Plains, the South Soro continent, which had gathered many forces on the mountain, had the power to fight against the enemy outside the country. However, in the end, under the leadership of Chen Chunan, the South Soro continent was so lifeless and had no achievements on the battlefield. They could only wait for the barbarian world to make a big move. If it were these high-spirited scholars of the Central Plains, they would have died to report to their king in the South Soro continent. The great sword deity Lu Ji of the Great Wall of Sword Qi threw a mountain and river bulletin with foul text and frowned. Xiao Yunyang, the sword deity of Spring Banner House, smiled and explained, Mr. Lu, actually, not all scholars of the Central Divine Continent are so impulsive. It's just that most of the time, the things that we see are usually filthy people who do bad things. Xiao Yunyang was used to calling Lu Ji Mr. In fact, Chen Chunan also addressed the female sword deity this way. The former owner of the Upside-Down Mountains Plum Blossom Garden, Madame Mo Yang, wore a hedgerow to hide her beauty. All these years, she had been acting as Lu Ji's personal servant. Her gentle laughter came through the veil. In this world, if it's not smart people, it's normal. However, there are too many idiots. They have no other abilities, they only know how to disgust people. Madame Mo Yang did not have a good impression of her hometown, the vast world. Xiao Yunyang smiled. I remember Master Hidden Official said that the people who are most willing to be blinded by a single leaf are those who have read a lot of books. I remember that Madame Mo Yang's Plum Blossom Garden has a lot of books. Madame Mo Yang was immediately speechless. The Spring Banner House and Plum Blossom Garden were moved to the Great Wall of Sword Qi by the young Hidden Official. The Sarutabi residence was also dismantled into an empty frame by the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Only the Upside-Down Mountain Essence Palace, which had no connection with the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was flipped over by the little Daoist boy Jiang Yunsheng and fell into the sea. In the end, it fell into the hands of a great demon. Xiao Yunyang and Madame Mo Yang, who had a grudge against the vast world, had been at odds for a long time. In the past, Xiao Yunyang did not think that the Summer Palace had arranged for him to stay by Lu Ji's side because he had nothing to do. Now, Xiao Yunyang was more and more certain of one thing. If Madame Mo Yang was allowed to talk nonsense with Lu Ji every day, what she said seemed reasonable, but in reality, it was all extreme words. As time passed, something bad would happen. She did not mean to fan the flames on Lu Ji's side. Sometimes, she just could not help it. After being reminded by Xiao Yunyang in a roundabout way, Madame Mo Yang was actually a little anxious. She was really afraid of the ruthless young Hidden Official. Madame Mo Yang quickly changed the topic and said, Mr. Lu, Elder Sword Deity Qi has come to the South Soro continent. Lu Ji nodded and said, most likely, he has given up and is no longer thinking about the fifth world. Therefore, he is preparing to accumulate more merits and establish a sect in the vast world. This is a good thing. Xiao Yunyang said, It seems that there are two other juniors from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Sanxiu and Dian Zhong are also traveling here. As there is no war at the moment, and they did not meet Mr. Lu before, they went to visit the Great Lurse River first. Lu Ji said, when the time comes, when the two of you are on the battlefield, try to protect Chen Sanxiu and Dian Zhong as much as possible. I may not be able to take care of them. Xiao Yunyang nodded gently and Madame Mo Yang curtsied. The sword cultivators who entered the vast world, except for Li Cai and Pu He, who were the direct disciples of the traveling sword deities, were almost all young. On the one hand, the children had not yet grown up. On the other hand, their teachers did not hesitate to use their swords even after leaving the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Li Cai of the North Continent, Song Pin of the Jinjia Continent, Pu He of the Liuxia Continent, Xie Songhua of the Snowy Peak Continent, and so on. Other than that, the sword deities and sword cultivators who were able to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi all returned to the battlefield without exception. However, the battlefield changed from the Great Wall of Sword Qi to the various continents of the vast world. Almost no one chose to stand by and watch, allowing the situation to collapse. In the South Soro Continent, there was Qi Tingji, who had transferred to the Fuyao Continent and the Jinjia Continent, and Lu Ji, who had been guarding the South Soro Continent. Miu of the sword deity Elder Dragon City. Other than that, among the Earth Immortal sword cultivators, there was Chen Sanxiu and Dian Zhong, who had rushed to the South Soro Continent from the Central Plains. There was also Kui Wei, who had left the Luorpa Mountain to go to the East Peak battlefront. This was actually a matter that was worth pondering over after much contemplation. In the South Soro Continent, there was a foreign sword deity, Yuan Qingshu, who had fallen in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, there was Lu Ji, Xiao Yunyang, Xie Songhua, Chen Sanxiu, and Dian Zhong. Almost the first thing they did when they arrived in the South Soro Continent was to visit Yuan Qingshu's sect, the Great Wei River. The founder of the sect was named Long Cheng, who was from Fengjie County. He had once found a stone box in the Great Wei River, which was guarded by a deity. Long Cheng finally obtained the 5 ancient jade seals from the stone box. The characters were not the common seal script used by later generations. Long Cheng only left one seal in his own mountain. After that, with his sea-viewing realm cultivation, he traveled across the continents and rushed to the Central Plains. He gave the other 4 seals to the Confucian Temple, and was then personally sent to the Zhonhai Tower in the South Soro Continent by a deputy hierarch. Lu Ji suddenly asked, "Do you know what Yuan Qingshu wrote on the nameplate in the wine shop?" Xiao Yunyang shook his head and smiled, "I really didn't pay attention to that." Madame Xianyang glanced at Xiao Yunyang and smiled sweetly at Lu Ji, "I know. It's everyone in the world knows that I, Yuan Qingshu, am a sword deity." Lu Ji stared at Madame Xianyang, "You really know?" The meaning of this female sword deity's words was, hundreds and thousands of annoying mountain and river gazettes. Could it compare to Yuan Qingshu's disregard for his life and death in a foreign land? Madame Xianyan's expression changed slightly. She said timidly, "I remember now, I really know." A handsome young man in a snow-white robe suddenly appeared and stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Ji. He said, "Huang Tong died in the southern mountain battlefield in the Aquarius continent." Lu Ji, who had practiced the sword all her life, rarely had any worries, could not help but sigh. She turned to look at the Aquarius continent. Qi Tingji stretched out his hand and grabbed the mountain and river gazettes that drifted away with the wind. He flipped through it and said, "The last time Dong Sangeng drank wine to send off a sword deity, it seemed to be for the sword deity of the Tai Hui sword sect, Huang Tong." Qi Tingji also threw away the gazettes, his hands behind his back, his eyes squinted as he smiled. "Just wait, if that Ju-Mi succeeds, it's fine. If Hao Ran Heaven loses, everything will come to an end, and no one will have anything to say. But if they win, this group of half-educated people will continue to scold, and they will scold even more. All of them will say I knew it, scold Chen Chunan for not doing anything, and even scold the Aquarius continent for having too many deaths, and show whose methods are not benevolent at all." Lu Ji remained silent. "They have the guts to say that. I, Lu Ji, have no ears. As long as they are happy." Qing Ming Tian. Liu Qi and Cao Gang had not left, but Die Xiandu Temple had 2 guests. One was a person that even a dog could not enter, and the other was a rare guest. Sun Daozhong suddenly raged, "This dog Lu Chen is really a piece of sticky candy." Nun Chunhui had a headache. The old temple master said to her, "Zhon Ran, go and tell him that I am not in the temple, and that I am in the Beko Keikyang building with his master. It's up to him to believe it or not. If he doesn't believe it, let him enter the temple with his own ability, and compete with Bai Xian and Suzy in poetry. If he can win, I am willing to accept my loss, and kowtow to him 3 times outside the Beko Keikyang building. I guarantee it will be louder than the heavenly drum. I value my reputation the most, and I will do what I say. The world knows that my words are like nails. Even if Lu Chen lies on the ground, he will not be able to dig it out." Dong Huafu said, "Old temple master, please pay attention to your words. Someone in my hometown once said that words are like swords. If you use too much force, you will easily twist your waist, and your crotch will be torn open by the sword aura." Sun Daozhong asked, "Alliance said that? That dog's words are indeed a bit chewy." Dong Huafu nodded. The old temple master suddenly stroked his beard and pondered, if it was only Lu Chen, it would be fine. If he has a debt collector who likes to wrongly accuse people, it will be a bit tricky. In the Qingming world, other than the Beko Keikyang building, there were only a few top sects like the Dashuan Capital Temple and the Suichu Palace. The Suichu Palace's master, Wu Shuangjiang, was in his last seclusion. After many years of silence, he finally came out. Because he had not been involved in worldly affairs for hundreds of years, Wu Shuangjiang fell out of the latest Qingming World Top 10. This time, Wu Shuangjiang restrained his aura and took the initiative to visit the Dashuan Capital Temple. Of course, Sun Daozhong had a headache. This Wu Shuangjiang was too stubborn. When he was good, he was very good, but when he was not, he was very stubborn. There were not many people who could give Sun Huaizhong a headache. For example, the other party had to at least be very good at fighting. Otherwise, with the old temple master's famous good temper, he would have taught the other party how to behave. Sun Daozhong could not help but ask, "Zhon Ran, how is your master's 100 copies of the Yellow Court scripture going?" Nun Chunhui said helplessly, "Temple master, I haven't said anything yet." Sun Daozhong said angrily, "As an immortal who likes to fiddle with copper coins and herbs, he is also good at reading dreams. Since Court Master Wu is here, he should have prepared a big gift. If he can't even calculate this, how can he not know? That master of yours, didn't people say that he has already understood everything through his intuition and is accurate with the heavens and earth? He still dares to say that there are only 2 people in the world who can truly understand the head of that scripture. He is one of them, and only Zhu Zi and Lu Chen are the other. His abilities aren't great, but his tone isn't small. Where did this evil spirit come from? For so many years, every time I see this martial nephew of his, it's as if I'm seeing my senior brother. I can't wait to take the initiative to bow to him." Chunhui was speechless. For the sake of the revered one, the master, and the temple master, she did not have much to say. She just had to accept it. What else could she do? This was the style of her own Daoist temple. One must know that these praises came from the temple master when he was drunk and bragged to his friends in the mountains. Chunhui's master had always been a cautious person. How would he dare to boast like this? When Chunhui's master heard about this kind boasting of her own junior, Chunhui's master was sweating profusely. Indeed, on the path of cultivation after that, her master would stumble every time he went on a long journey. There were rumors saying that the 3rd chief of the Beko Keikyang building, Lu Chen, wanted to seek guidance from Chunhui's master. Therefore, he specially hired people to guard the boundary of the Daoist temple. As long as Chunhui's disciple went out, he would definitely cause some trouble on his journey. Chunhui's master was especially good at reading dreams. In the place of cultivation, there was a picture scroll. The content written on it was about the nightmares of the emperors, princes, officials, and commoners. She heard from her master that it came from a scholar named Jiao Sheng. Chunhui had seen it when she was very young. She did not think that it was very knowledgeable, but she did not know why her master thought highly of it. Chunhui only felt that the emperor's nightmare was to cultivate Taoism, and the doctor's nightmare was to cultivate Taoism. In fact, It was quite compatible with the local customs of the Qingming world. A voice actually broke the restrictions of several mountains and rivers in the Daoist temple, causing ripples in everyone's heart. It doesn't matter whether Temple Master Sun is here or not. I'm here to look for Liu Qi and Cao Group. Sun Daozhong sneered. You really don't take the fifth person seriously. However, Liu Qi declined Sun Daozhong and Suzi's invitation to go out together. She only bid farewell to her good friend Cao Group and left to meet the temple master. Wu Shuangjiang had the face of a middle-aged man. His appearance was ordinary, but in the eyes of the cultivators of the upper 5 realms, the temple master's aura was obvious. Behind him, there was a Dharma form that was as tall as a person. Its figure was ethereal and roughly overlapped with his real body. There was a slight deviation, which made it even more unusual. The Dharma form's true appearance could not be seen. Wu Shuangjiang was obviously one step into the legendary 14th realm, but it was a unique phenomenon that was unique to him. According to common sense, Wu Shuangjiang should not have left the Sui Chu Palace at this time. However, since Wu Shuangjiang still came, it was definitely not a small matter. Wu Shuangjiang's cultivation journey in this life was full of legends. Therefore, among the 10 young candidates, the lucky one who also had the surname Wu was able to bask in the limelight and gain the reputation of Big and Little Wu. Wu Shuangjiang went straight to the point and said, I want to borrow that half of the Book of Marriage. He already knew where his Daoist partner was hiding. Half of it was based on his own deduction, and the other half was based on the news brought to him by the Skylark Inn on the inverted mountain. She was a deliberate birth of his Daoist partner, Wu Shuangjiang. She was also an otherworldly demon that was personally imprisoned by Wu Shuangjiang in the Heart Lake. Wu Shuangjiang used the unfilial and unparalleled Abhina to forcefully live his Daoist partner in his heart. However, at the critical moment when Wu Shuangjiang was in a life and death retreat, attempting to break through the realm, she finally found an opportunity to escape after many years of planning. In the end, she hid in the sleeve of a Daoist from the Da Xiandu temple and went to the vast world together. Therefore, one could imagine Wu Shuangjiang's impression of the Da Xiandu temple. The reason why the old temple master was restrained by Wu Shuangjiang was not without a guilty conscience. As for forgetting to borrow the ink slab that he had never borrowed before, was that still a problem? Court Master Wu was rich and had a huge grotto heaven in the Sui Chu Palace and 2 prosperous lands in his hands. Did he lack this item? Lu Chen raised his hands. Today's matter has nothing to do with me. I won't get involved. He was good friends with Wu Shuangjiang and was familiar with Liu Qilong. Lu Chen learned some of his skills of matchmaking from Cao Yuanchong. Liu Qi shook his head. Court Master Wu should know the truth. Why do you have to force him? This was because once he agreed, Cao Ju would become a prisoner in the Sui Chu Palace. Liu Qi was a genuine ascendant realm cultivator. However, his close friend Cao Ju was different. He was a fake ascendant whose great Tao had already decayed. Before Cao Ju traveled far away, his real realm had always been at the unpolished Jade realm. He was not even in the immortal realm. Liu Qi, who obtained half of the Book of Marriage, gave it to his close friend who was compatible with his great Tao. As Cao Ju successfully refined the Book of Marriage and became an immortal, his real body could be kept in Liu Qi's sleeve and ascended in a fake state. Liu Qi broke through the sky and Cao Ju followed behind. Together, they ascended to the heavens. Not only that, the Ci Pai Blessed Land was a place of cultivation that Liu Qi tailor-made for his close friend. It was to let Cao Ju use his literary luck to become an ascendant realm cultivator. However, Liu Qi's fighting skills were not inferior among the ascendant realm cultivators in the heavens. It could even be said that he was quite good. After all, he was the first cultivator in history who truly understood all the mysteries of the realm of retention. However, the world valued Liu Qilong's talent and poetry more. If Liu Qi could refine the other half of the Book of Marriage, there might be another 14th realm cultivator in the heavens. It was not easy to merge with the 14th realm. Because of Baixian, Suzi's great Tao was cut off and he finally stopped at the ascendant realm. However, Suzi was open-minded and could accept it. Wu Shuangjiang said, I said borrow. I'm not someone who likes to borrow but not return. If he was careless today, he would not admit it tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, he would be blamed and scolded. In the early years, Wu Shuangjiang and Master Sun had a frank conversation. The old Daoist was very angry and said, "Am I that kind of person? After all, I'm the master of a monastery. I have some Dao skills and a little reputation. Don't accuse me wrongly. I can take beatings, but I can't take any grievances." Wu Shuangjiang said, "Of course you are." Therefore, the two sides went to the heavens beyond heaven and had a fierce fight. It caused the outside world to have different opinions. The busybodies involved the fight of the great Tao. In fact, the reason was not that complicated. Liu Qi still shook his head. "I came here with Yuan Chong. Of course, we have to return home together." Wu Shuangjiang's expression was indifferent. "You came without asking me. You have to ask me when you leave. I'll take this opportunity to make up for my lack of etiquette. If you break the bottles of the Great Mystery Monastery, I'll pay for it." Liu Qi smiled and said, "Since the palace master is so infatuated, I don't think you need the other half of the Book of Marriage." Wu Shuangjiang said, "You don't have the final say." Cao Ju suddenly said, "I'll stay." Lu Chen sighed softly and said, "Isn't it sad to be a gentleman in the secular world?" At the door, Sun Daozhong had just appeared. Beside him was Dong Huafu, who was supposed to be practicing swordplay in the Beko Keikyang building. The old monastery master could not stand Wu Shuangjiang. He wanted to show off and go somewhere else. "Don't make a fuss in front of my door. I have to fight." Lu Chen happened to be here. He was supposed to be guarding the heavens beyond heaven. He and Wu Shuangjiang did not have to break the sky canopy. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen raised his arm and threw a scroll into the tall walls of the Daoist temple at lightning speed. After throwing it, he ran away. He did not forget to turn his head and shout, "Dong Haitan, remember to go home early. When I'm free, I'll teach you how to draw talismans." Dong Huafu said, "No." Lu Chen had disappeared without a trace. Sun Daozhong waved his hand and signaled Chunwei not to be nervous. Lu Chen did not play any tricks. The old Daoist retrieved the scroll from the wall. He untied the knot and the scroll unfolded itself. The old monastery master scolded jokingly. It was a scroll of conch shell spellcasting that Lu Chen had picked up from somewhere. Dong Huafu stretched his neck to take a look. There were quite a lot of words. He read, "There's a kind of person in the world who, in a small area, created a Taoist temple on land and water in a conch shell. There's also a big kitchen that brings out a sumptuous banquet. The host and guests are in a mess and the bystanders are satisfied." A child wearing a tiger head hat stood at the threshold and looked at Wu Shuangjiang. Wu Shuangjiang looked at him and suddenly smiled. "If Bai is willing to accompany me to the vast world in the future, I can wait for the other half of the Book of Marriage." Bai nodded and said, "As you wish." Wu Shuangjiang muttered to himself, "I don't know why she likes Bai's poems. Is it really that good? I don't think so." A bearded scholar with straw shoes and a bamboo cane laughed. "What we like may not be good. What we don't like may not be bad. What do you think, Court Master Wu?" Wu Shuangjiang's expression changed. He smiled and said, "Unlike her, I like Susie's poems from the bottom of my heart for many years." Susie laughed and nodded. "That's really good." Sun Daozhong said in a low voice, "Bai, Cao Yuan admired you previously. Now, Court Master Wu admires Susie. Why do I feel like you've lost? After all, Court Master Wu's state is higher." Bai turned around and walked back to the place of cultivation. Wu Shuangjiang accompanied Suzy and the other two on a leisurely tour of the sky screen. Suzy kept the maid Jiansu and the boy attendant Sui Yu. Liu Qi asked his good friend Cao Ju to put the world in the sleeve. It was obvious that he still did not trust Court Master Wu. Beside the pond outside the cottage, Bai and the old monastery master walked slowly. Bai said, "Actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble." The pond surrounded by the peach blossom forest and the small hill in the distance that looked like a garden rockery were actually miniature mountains and rivers created by Sun Daoist's supernatural power. The water was very deep and the mountain was very high. Moreover, A white deer that was born from an excellent longsword was always guarding the cliff. The white deer was wearing a green robe. The pond was called the Peach Blossom Pond, the longsword was inscribed with the word white deer, and the robe was called Green Cliff. It was as if everything was just for that poem. Let the white deer roam the green cliff, and ride it to visit the famous mountains. The old monastery master said, "The world is so big and I have cultivated for so long. There are not many people who can earn my respect. How many people like Wu Shuangjiang and Cao Yuanchong who admired a certain someone as much? Bye, you don't have to think too much. Take what you like and leave what you don't like. Anyway, I'm just being selfish and want to make the world more beautiful." To everyone's surprise, Yuan Xiu left the ancestral mountain of the Dragon Spring Sword sect with Dong Jiyu, Xu Xiaoqiao, and Xieling. They went to the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River. After meeting Liu Xianyang, Dong Jiyu and Xu Xiaoqiao immediately went to the ferry of the Oxhorn Mountain and took the ferry from the Changchun Palace to return to the old mountain area of the capital of Dali. Xieling, on the other hand, needed to find her family's patriarch, the Taoist Heavenly Lord Xieshe of the North Continent. Master Yuan Jiao mentioned at the dinner table that Dali was already preparing to help the Dragon Spring Sword sect set up a subsect. Compared to Zhengyang Mountain and Clearwind City, which were still potential sects and had yet to take root, the Dragon Spring Sword sect was indeed the great Li Song clan's favorite. Dong Jiyu, Xu Xiaoqiao, and Xieling landed on the ground, but Yuan Xiu didn't show up. Dong Jiyu said that she was taking a walk at the cliff and would come over later. In the strict sect records, Dong Jiyu was the first disciple of Yuan Jiao. For some reason, Yuan Xiu's name was never recorded. However, the direct disciples and secondary disciples of the Dragon Spring Sword sect were used to seeing Yuan Xiu as their first senior sister. Of course, Xieling liked to call her sister Xiuxiu. Therefore, Dong Jiyu and the other two thought that their master wanted their senior sister to be the leader of the subsect. Liu Xianyang sat on a bamboo chair and was reading a mountain and river newspaper. Liu Xianyang was worried. Therefore, when Dong Jiyu and the others arrived at the shop, Liu Xianyang didn't even raise his head. He just waved his hand and gestured for them to sit anywhere. Dong Jiyu and the other two didn't think much of it. Liu Xianyang dared to joke around with their master. If he was polite to them, it must be because he was holding back. Xu Xiaoqiao glanced at the newspaper in Liu Xianyang's hand and tried to hold back his laughter. Dong Jiyu reminded his junior brother Xieling telepathically, "Take it easy. Liu Xianyang will definitely punish you later." Liu Xianyang raised his head and looked at junior brother Xie, who had a pretty face, and asked eagerly, "How much money did you give?" Xieling was stunned. Xu Xiaoqiao explained, "He asked how much money you gave to the newspaper to get on the list. Junior brother Liu can go and give money." Xieling smiled and didn't say anything. He sat on the bamboo chair and put his hands on his knees. He looked like an immortal. In Lizhu Grotto Heaven, most of the young people who were born and raised in the town were good-looking. A place nurtured a person. Other than Xieling from the Peachleaf Alley, Zhu Lin Shuyi from the Great Blasphemy Temple, Ma Kuxuan from the Apricot Blossom Alley, who was one of the 10 young candidates, they were all famous for their good looks. There was also Jiyu Kan from the Mud Bottle Alley, who returned to his hometown but left to travel far away. Of course, there was also Vassal King Song Mu, Song Jisin, and Fortune Street's scholar Zhao Yao. They were all extremely handsome when they were young. Recently, the Aquarius continent had followed the trend. The mountain had selected their own 10 young candidates. They had to be below the age of 40. Dragon Spring Sword sect's direct disciple, Xieling, was one of them. Liu Xianyang lowered his head again. His eyes were in a daze, but he did not give up. He flipped through the mountain and river newspaper, but in the end, he could not find his name. He cursed, because he was 41 years old this year. Liu Xianyang was 2 years older than Chen Pinggan. When he was young, he liked to tell others about his age. But when he got older, he stopped talking about his age and liked to talk about his age. Liu Xianyang did not care about his name, but he cared about it a lot. "I have worked hard to reach my cultivation realm. All of you blind people, what right do you have to care about such a small matter?" Previously, the 10 young candidates and the 10 young candidates both had the 11th person. Adding Uncle Liu, it was just a matter of a few strokes. Will you guys drop money or something? But with Master Yuan's temper, even if Liu Xianyang was of the same age, he would probably use his status as the chief consecrator of the Dali dynasty to help suppress the news. If that was really the case, Liu Xianyang wouldn't mind at all. Master Yuan's character was flawless, not to mention other things. After all, Liu Xianyang's sword techniques were too strange. According to Yuan Teng, before entering the upper 5 realms, Liu Xianyang should not be in a hurry to become famous. Anyway, sooner or later, it would be better to have good fortune later. It was strange to say that although Yuan Teng had the backing of the Wind Snow Temple and the identity of the military saint, he was the head of the Song clan's consecrator. But in fact, Yuan Teng had always been in the Jade Unpolished realm. Before the Dali cavalry went south, there was nothing. But now, the experts, hermits, and big shots of the Baopian continent were exposed, but almost no one questioned Yuan Teng's title as the chief consecrator. Dali's 2 emperors, imperial tutor, Kui Dong, Shang Zhuguo, and the hunting envoy, all had an extremely tacit understanding and did not have any objections. Mountain Lord Wei Bian, the mountain-head and vice-mountain-head of Lin Lu Academy, especially Chen Ping'an's mountain, Luo Po Mountain. Everyone, from old chef to Pei Qian, was courteous to Yuan Ju when they saw him. Especially Chen Lingjun, every time he saw Yuan Teng, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. Liu Xianyang put away the bulletin, turned to look at Xieling, and said seriously, Xieling, you are a sword cultivator. It's easy to practice fast sword, but hard to practice slow sword. You must persevere in the future. Xieling nodded, deeply agreeing. Dong Jiyu and Xu Xiaoqiao first looked at Liu Xianyang, who was smiling playfully, and then looked at each other without saying anything. Liu Xianyang looked at Xu Xiaoqiao and asked with a smile, Senior Sister Xu, what are you thinking? The woman without a thumb on her right hand smiled and said, it's the opposite of junior brother Liu's thoughts. Liu Xianyang sighed and leaned back on the chair. Languid. The Xu family of Qingfeng City bought a dragon kill from the Ma family of Apricot Blossom Lane in the early years. And Lu Zhengchun, who had become the immortal Dao companion of a fairy from Cheongji Peak, deliberately returned to his hometown some time ago. Even Song Manchai had become a vassal of Dali. Who could he find to reason with? Yuan Xiu left the stone cliff, walked across the stone arch bridge, and slowly walked over from the riverside. Xieling immediately stood up and chatted with Yuan Xiu for a while, and then walked away with the wind. On the way here, Sister Xiuxiu secretly taught him a swordsmanship that seemed to have no background at all, which made Xieling very happy. Even though Sister Xiuxiu was indifferent to everything, she seemed to treat him differently after all. In fact, Yuan Xiu had already taught Dong Jiyu an ancient demon's body refinement technique, and also taught Xu Xiaoqiao a divine edict technique and a swordsmanship technique. As for Xieling, Yuan Xiu just happened to think of this on the way. She felt that she should not be too biased, so she casually gave this arrogant junior brother a swordsmanship. The grade was not high, but it was relatively suitable for Xieling's cultivation. Dong Jiyu and Xu Xiaoqiao also left at the same time. Yuan Xiu did not sit on the bamboo chairs, but took a stool from inside the house and sat down. She said softly, congratulations on reaching the nascent soul stage. Liu Xianyang scratched his head. It doesn't make sense to break through. In fact, Yuan Xiu knew the truth. It was because of Mr. Qi, but she did not tell Liu Xianyang. Liu Xianyang handed a handful of melon seeds, but Yuan Xiu shook her head. Liu Xianyang ate the melon seeds and said casually for no reason, if the river of time could flow backward, Miss Xiuxiu, would you be happier if you walked through Liju Cave Heaven again? Yuan Xiu thought for a moment and answered, I can't think of that. The woman in green still tied her hair in a ponytail. Over the years, she would occasionally tie her hair in a ponytail, but in general, it did not change much. Liu Xianyang nodded. Yuan Xiu said, actually, catching fish is not that difficult. Liu Xianyang said with a smile, it was difficult for us when we were young, but it was not so bad when we grew up. Chen Ping'an and I, as well as the little slug, are actually not bad at swimming. Liu Xianyang suddenly said, Back then, Song Morchai, who was mistaken for the illegitimate son of the manufacturing supervisor, was named Song Jisin by Song Yuzhang? Ruon Xiu shook her head. I don't know. She was never interested. Liu Xianyang wrote the word emperor on the ground with the tip of his foot, and then wrote the word prosperity. Then he said to himself, during the years when I was studying in the South Soro continent, I liked to ask Teacher Shu, who was also a foreigner, about all kinds of things. Teacher Shu was good at interpreting words. As long as I brought wine to him, he would tell me everything he knew. So I learned a little from him. At that time, I didn't know anything, so I dared to ask him anything. For fun, I asked the mysterious Teacher Shu to interpret words for me, Chen Pingan, and Song Jisin. I didn't expect Teacher Shu to follow the clues and tell me a lot. At that time, I only understood half of it, so I didn't take it seriously and didn't think too much about it. For example, if the emperor only used hieroglyphs to interpret it, it would make the later generations feel confused. So Teacher Shu found another way. He first dipped his finger in the wine and wrote the word broom on the table. He interpreted it as a bundle of firewood. Finally, he drew closer to the sacrificial ceremony. He also told Liu Xianyang about the casting of yang sui. Teacher Shu was very knowledgeable and had dabbled in many things. He also talked about the treatise on balance. He said that the gathering of firewood and the yang sui ancient mirror could be used to draw fire from the sky. This was one of the highest standards of sacrificial ceremony when the human race worshipped the gods in the sky in ancient times. In the middle of the 5th lunar month, when the sun was at its peak and the yang qi was at its peak, it was a sacrificial ceremony. The main sun was the moon. Teacher Shu joked with Liu Xianyang that he had two good friends. One was surnamed Wang, and the other was surnamed Zheng. They both had their own opinions and argued fiercely in the early years. However, it was later listed as a forbidden book and not many people knew about it. In the end, Teacher Shu said that it was an old story. It was just the idle knowledge of scholars. Liu Xianyang sighed in his heart. The 5th of the 5th lunar month. Liu Xianyang, Song Jisin. Liu Xianyang turned around and said, I'm good friends with Miss Xiuxiu, so I won't say too much. Otherwise, I'll be so sarcastic. Even I hate it. Ruon Xiu shook her head. It's okay. Since we're friends, I can't say too much. Liu Xianyang became silent. I miss the old days. Ruon Xiu sat for a while and then left. She walked back to the stone arch bridge where the old sword was hung. She sat on the stone bridge. Under her feet was the gurgling dragon Whisker River. In the ancient world, humans were ants. Actually, everyone was in the river of time. There were many small fish in the clear water. For Ruon Xiu, it was not difficult to catch fish. She could easily boil the sea and the lake and kill everything. In the battle of fire and water, Li Liu was defeated. Therefore, when Li Liu went to meet Ruon Xiu at the spiritual Grace Mountain, it was the only time they chatted in their lives. Ruon Xiu also said that Li Liu did not know how to behave. Ruon Xiu was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky with an indifferent expression. Long time no see, sword-bearer. She was different from Li Liu, who was born with knowledge. She would be even more different in the future. Ruon Xiu shook her wrist gently. There was a sleeping fire dragon on it. On the 5th of the 5th lunar month, she chose the heart of the river to refine yang sui. She obtained the heavenly fire and refined the 5 elements, illuminating the world. The night watch was to warn the world to be careful of fire when the weather was dry. Was it useful? (744). A foreign scholar named Chen Zhuoliu sent a flying sword letter to Luopa Mountain from Changchun Palace. Then, he strolled through the capital city of Dali and walked all the way south. He leisurely wandered to the shop in Dragon Riding Alley of the small town and met the shopkeeper Sharu and a young waiter named Arman. Just as he weighed his money bag and went to choose some pastries, the shopkeeper of the grass shop next door, Jiao Sheng, came to visit again. Now, the old immortal's Taoist robe was much plainer than before. After all, now that his realm was high, Taoist robes were mere worldly possessions. Chen Zhuoliu glanced at the old Taoist and smiled. Jiao Sheng sensed his gaze and nodded. After leaving the shop, Chen Zhuolio went to Old Yang's shop. It was a pity that he didn't see Old Yang. If he had known this would happen, he would have come here to chat about old times. Chen Lingjun hurried over with the wind. He had received a flying sword message saying that his good friend would arrive at the town on time today. They would meet at the shop in Dragon Riding Alley. Chen Lingjun left the mountain 2 hours early, 3 sword tokens hanging from his waist. He had borrowed one from Xiaomi and Silly Warmtree before he left the mountain, so that he could give his own to Chen Zhuolio. Borrow? What borrow? That was not generous at all. When they arrived at the shop, they waited for about 2 seconds. Eating melon seeds was not a good idea. Feeling bored to death, Chen Lingjun decided to tease the reclusive little man, saying, "Whatever fist you want to learn, whatever stance you want, it is too strenuous. I'll teach you a brilliant fist technique of our family's style, which is not easily taught to outsiders. It is called centipede jump." However, the shopkeeper only stood on the bench behind the counter, flipping through a book and ignoring the boy. Chen Lingjun clasped his hands behind his back and went to the shop next door to chat with his old friend, Jiao Sheng. He patted his chest and said that he wanted to introduce Jiao Sheng to a new friend. However, when the appointed time came and another incense stick of time passed, Chen Lingjun squatted at the entrance of the shop. Still, he did not see Chen Zhuolio, so he ran back to the shop and asked Sharu if there was a scholar with a backpack. Sharu said that there was, and that he had bought some pastries 2 hours ago before leaving. Chen Lingjun stomped his foot and used camouflage to fly into the air. He looked down at the town from above, but he still didn't see the familiar figure of his friend. How strange. Could it be that he was too focused on riding the wind and did not pay attention to the mountain, causing both parties to miss each other? Could it be that one left the mountain and the other entered the mountain? Chen Lingjun hurried back to Luopa Mountain, but even after asking Millet, he didn't see Chen Zhuolio. Chen Lingjun squatted on the ground and hugged his head, sighing. What was going on? Actually, Chen Zhuolio was currently on Yellow Lake Mountain, sitting outside the thatched hut and basking in the sun. As a person of dragon slaying, not slaying a dragon when he reached water was like a fisherman not casting a net when he reached water or a woodcutter not chopping wood when he entered the forest. It was fine. All he had to do was wait patiently. Something even stranger would happen next. Chen Zhuolio definitely could not miss it this time. That was a magnificent feat that hadn't happened in 10,000 years. Since Old Man Yang was no longer in the small town and had emerged from his 10,000-year imprisonment, then only Chen Zhuolio in the Dragon Province could sense this. Even the mountain lord of the Cloud Pagoda Mountain, Wei Bian, was unable to do so. It was not just because the mountain lord of the northern mountains' cultivation was not high enough. Even he, Chen Zhuolio, had to rely on his many years of seclusion to follow a few clues, coupled with the karma of slaying a dragon, and his mental calculation to deduce the subtle signs of this change. However, he was rather curious. Did the embroidered tiger know about this? In the world of wilderness, outside a thatched hut on the top of a mountain in the Myriad Mountains, the old blind man stood with his back hunched. He faced the mountains and rivers that he occupied all to himself. In the past, he had personally cut out 2 eyeballs, tossing one into the boundless world and the other into the green underworld. The mountains and rivers in front of him were completely empty. It was too clean. It was far too clean. An old dog crouched at the entrance. He raised his head slightly and looked at the old man standing on the edge of the cliff. He didn't even fall off. He might as well just fall to his death. He experienced this tiny disappointment every single day. The old blind man asked, "Do you know why Alliance didn't return home after leaving the Great Wall of Sword Chi after carving the words?" The mighty Ascendant Realm old dog shook his head. "I don't know." The old blind man cursed. What a dog's brain. The old dog was not upset at all. He just really wanted to say, "What else could it be? What else could it be? You sure like to lie, old blind. If we were to exchange realms, hey." After Alliance left the inverted mountain, he went straight to the Pearl Grotto Heaven. Then, he ascended to the Beko Keikyung building in the green underworld. In the sky beyond heaven, He killed otherworldly demons while arm wrestling with Daoist number 2. After ascending to the 14th realm, he still did not return to his hometown, the Central Plains Divine Continent. Instead, he returned directly to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and was then suppressed under the moon-bearing mountain. One of the 2 ancient ascension platforms had once been used by 3 sword cultivators to challenge the moon-bearing mountain. They had severed the path that had the potential to reopen the link between heaven and man. The so-called link between heaven and earth, in the end, was to allow future cultivators to go to the broken celestial court that used to be filled with deities. No one could refine that ruin. Even the ancestors of the 3 sects could only cast restrictions on it. The old blind man reached out and scratched his wrinkled cheek. With Alliance's character, if he didn't break through, why wouldn't he go to his old friend's place in his hometown and pretend to brag? That guy would say, a 14th realm sword cultivator is nothing special. He would definitely say that. Just stick out his butt and you'll know what he ate. The guard dog nodded and said, I know. Alliance has a home but can't go home. He's a stray dog. Scholars are all like that. Actually, our worlds when high isn't much different. It's fine in other worlds, but in the vast world, if anyone reaches the 14th realm as a sword cultivator, it will cause the remnants of the ancient deities in the entire outer world, no matter which factions they are divided into in history, to swarm into the vast world. No wonder the old scholar did not want his disciple to ascend to this realm. Not only is it too dangerous, it will also cause great trouble. This makes sense. That ponytailed girl ascended to the 14th realm in the beginning because she had carefully framed the world. The old blind man sneered. She's not a pig's brain. The old dog was helpless. Curse all you want. Old blind man, you only know how to bully your loyal dog. Old blind man, you're just wasting your time guarding the 14th realm. Go have a good fight with the moon-bearing mountain grand ancestor. If you win, the entire wilderness will be your territory. Otherwise, go make a scene at the Confucian Temple in Middle-earth. I'll definitely help you look after the 100,000 mountains. Moon-bearing mountain's grand ancestor and Wen Hai were meticulous. Why were they willing to let Xiao Chuo, a reclusive official who couldn't even control Chen Qing, stay in the Martyr's Palace and become a 14th tier Dao integration cultivator? So other than giving the wilderness another top-notch fighting force, they had other plans. The old dog had a terrible headache when he thought about all these twists and turns. Then, he immediately felt that the old blind man was actually quite kind. If he really slipped and fell off a cliff, it would be fine as long as he was half dead. The old blind man turned to look at the Great Wall of Sword Chi and then at Moon-bearing Mountain. He thought about the path the wilderness was taking and felt that something was wrong. Whether or not a great cultivator at the 14th realm had a pair of eyes wasn't really a big deal. It was just that the mortal realm had existed for 10,000 years. However, the old blind man still admired some young people no matter how much he insulted them. It was just that there were too few of them, and none of them seemed to have a good ending. The old blind man sighed for the first time. It's time to take in a pleasing direct disciple. The old dog said with trepidation, it'll be fine as long as it's not that hidden official. That guy looks at me like I'm a dish. What's he looking at? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. The old dog raised his head and stretched out a paw, scratching the ground lightly. He didn't dare to cause too much of a ruckus, but his tone was extremely angry. If it weren't for the fact that I have so many things to do at home, I would have gone to the Great Wall of Sword Chi long ago to hack him half to death. I don't have a flying sword, but it's not like I don't know sword techniques. The old blind man sneered, even the dragon monarch couldn't hack him to death. What makes you think you can? Slice his meat and eat it to fill up that hidden official? The old dog crawled on the ground again and sighed, that sneaky old deaf man. He didn't even know to come here to pay his respects, and took a detour to the south. Outrageous. Master, are you going to let it go just like that? The old blind man appeared beside the old dog without any warning. He raised his leg and stepped on the old dog's back, causing a series of cracking sounds that sounded like firecrackers. He rubbed his chin and said, "Sneak to the vast world's Aquarius continent and help me find a young man called Li Huai. Then bring him back. If you succeed, you will regain your freedom, and you can jump around in the savage world. The old dog started to play dead. Compared to freedom, it was more important to stay alive. If he went to the vast world, especially the Aquarius continent, would he not be able to eat dog meat? He would definitely be cooked by the embroidered tiger. The old blind man kicked the old dog and muttered to himself, "Do I really have to personally go to the Aquarius continent? Is there anyone who takes in disciples like that?" Feiran was left behind by Ju-Mi in Peachleaf Ferry. When they parted, Ju-Mi seemed to be seriously injured. It was even able to make a peak level 14 realm cultivator's face turn pale. At that time, there were extremely sharp sword chi and thunder Dao remnants on Ju-Mi's body, and there was also a strange fist aura that could not be removed. After Feiran threw away the book seal, she went back to the military tent first. For some reason, Ju-Mi's last disciple, Ju Qingao, was already waiting there. He said that he would travel to Tongya continent with Feiran next, and then go to the Cave of Fortune on Luhua Island. Feiran actually liked this young man very much, but she didn't like the feeling of being a puppet. However, since Ju Qingao came, it must be Ju-Mi's order. As for what Feiran thought, it was no longer important. Feiran only asked one question. What would happen to the Mirage City of the Great Quan Empire? Ju Qingao answered with a smile, same. Feiran brought Ju Qingao back to Jiaoping Peak, and then they went south together. Feiran landed in a deserted city in the human world, and walked on a stone arch bridge with lush vegetation. Feiran, who was wearing a green robe and carrying a sword on her back, stopped at the top of the stone arch bridge and asked, "Since we have chosen to put all our eggs in one basket, why do we still need to divide our forces into two continents? It is not difficult to take one of them. According to the way we are fighting now, it is no longer a war, it is a broken jar. Why don't Fuyao continent and Jinjia continent go to Baoping continent and Hassa continent to make up for the reinforcements? No one in the military tents has any objections. As long as we occupy one of the continents, we can take down Baoping continent, then Beiju continent, and South Hassa continent, then use Jinjia continent as a crossing point to continue north to attack Liuxia continent. In this way, this war can continue for a few decades or even 100 years. We have a good chance of winning. Especially Baoping continent, with Dali as the border between the north and the south, the entire southern coastal area was filled with demons appearing from the ocean. Ju Qingao said, "I had the same question before, but teacher did not answer." Feiran extended her hand to wipe the white bridge railing, her palm was covered in dust. After a moment of silence, she asked again, "What is the grand ancestor of Yu Mountain thinking?" Ju Qingao thought for a while, then shook his head, "I did not dare to ask teacher about this." Feiran finally asked, "Why don't you follow your teacher?" Ju Qingao shook his head again, "I will follow teacher's orders. What I should not ask, I will not ask, what I should not think. I will try to think less." Feiran turned around, leaned against the railing, leaned back, and looked at the sky. The empty sky, the empty heart. After Feiran's initial success in cultivation, she was used to thinking of herself as someone from the mountain, but she still separated her hometown from the vast world. So, it was good to give advice to the military tents. On the battlefield of the Great Wall of Qi, Feiran did not hesitate to use her sword to kill people. But outside of the battlefield, for example, in Tongyi continent, Feiran did not talk about Yu Sai. Even with Ju Qingao, who was also fascinated by the vast knowledge of the 100 schools of thought, the two sides were still different. Ju Qingao laughed, "I don't drink, so I don't carry wine with me, if not I can make an exception and drink with brother Feiran." Feiran shook her head, "Forget it, I can't drink wine. If one were to say that life was like an arch bridge paved with bricks and stones from time to time, then it would be like this." Then the mortal teachers at the foot of the mountain, at the age of 30, at most 40, would have reached the highest point of the bridge. Walking on the bridge, one could look back, but there was no turning back. So, when they were young, they were anxious to grow up. When they grew up, they were afraid of old age. And the Qi cultivators who climbed the mountain to cultivate did not seem to be in such a situation, but in fact, once the cultivator's soul decayed day by day, and there was no hope of breaking through, they would only suffer more than the mortals on the mountain. Feiran suddenly laughed. Our hidden official is called Chen Pingan, but he seems to be the most unsettled. Thinking of this, I'm in a much better mood. Feiran took out 2 pots of wine and threw one to Zhu Qingao, asking coldly, "There's nothing to visit in Tongyi continent, why don't we skip the creation cave and go directly to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to visit the hidden official?" Zhu Qingao was hesitant. Feiran patted him on the shoulder. "Previously, when we passed by the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Chen Pingan ignored you. Now that the coffin is closed, the 2 of you will definitely have a lot to talk about. As long as you are familiar with him, you will know that he is more talkative than anyone else." Zhu Qingao nodded, took a sip of wine, and smiled. "Then let's try. The premise is that you have to promise that I won't be beaten to death by him." Feiran smiled. "Sure." On the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a Dragon Gate cultivator of the demonic race was panting, the hand holding the blade trembling slightly. Before ascending to the top of the wall, he had already made an agreement with the famous hidden official. The 2 of them were only going to spar with blade and fist techniques, there was no need to fight to the death. If he lost, he would have wasted his trip to the northernmost part of the wilderness. After descending from the top of the wall, he would immediately return home. The hidden official gave him a thumbs up, and praised him with even more elegant words of the wilderness, saying that he was meticulous in doing things and had a long-lost heroic spirit, so there was no problem at all. As a result, this fight was very satisfying. Actually, it was just this military cultivator alone on the top of the wall, hacking with his blade, while the young hidden official in a bright red robe just let him hack at himself. Occasionally, he would use the narrow blade hidden in the scabbard to hack at him, and casually raise the scabbard to block 1 or 2 attacks. Otherwise, it would seem that he was not treating his guest with sincerity, and it would be easy for his opponent to become disheartened prematurely. In order to take care of this hero's mood, Chen Pingan deliberately used the thunder palm technique, so that every time the scabbard and the blade collided, there would be bursts of snow-white lightning that looked like white snakes slithering around. At this moment, with the narrow blade propped on the ground, Chen Pingan looked at the demonic cultivator who had sheathed his blade and stopped, and asked with a smile, "You must be tired from hacking. Why don't I do it?" The demonic cultivator immediately raised his chest, and said heroically, I'm not tired at all. Let me take a break, what are you in a hurry for?" Chen Pingan smiled, and said, "Guest, you came uninvited, shouldn't you respectfully call me Master Hidden Official? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Without hesitation, he shouted, "Master Hidden Official." He even added, "You live up to your reputation, good fist technique." Chen Pingan suddenly looked around blankly, but he quickly collected himself, and waved at him, "Go back." He was not really stupid. "You're not going to kill me?" Chen Pingan smiled, and said, "This is the first time in your life that you've climbed to the top of the city wall, and you've never been to the battlefield. Maybe you won't have a chance to come here in your life, so why should I kill you?" After he sheathed his blade, he clasped his hands and said, "I'm a little inferior, but Master Hidden Official is really good at fist techniques." Chen Pingan pressed the hilt of his blade with one hand, and rubbed his eyebrows with the other. He looked at the humble and sincere guest, and said, "When you go back to your hometown, say that you defeated Master Hidden Official. If outsiders ask me, I'll help you smooth things over and admit it." He was a little embarrassed, and whispered, "That's not very good." Chen Pingan grabbed the sword in his hand, and the demonic cultivator saw that the situation was not good, so he immediately flew away. After the great demon who was not very clear-headed left, Chen Pingan looked up and found that there was a heavy snow for no reason, without any warning. The wind and snow and floating clouds covered his eyes. Before today, he would still have doubts. He didn't know whether or not he would have a chance to return to his hometown and eat a bowl of eel noodles that he didn't get to eat in the past. He didn't know whether or not he would have a chance to return to his hometown and eat the delicious stir-fried pork with winter bamboo shoots. Would the wine bowl on the table be replaced with a wine cup? Would he be dragged to eat hot pot in the summer? Would there be an old man lying to him? Everything had its vanquisher. Drinking wine could relieve the spiciness, and it was so spicy that he almost cried. All these years, after he obtained that travel book of mountains and rivers, he had been bitterly waiting for this day to come, but he also seemed to be worried that this day would come. In an instant, The world was thrown into chaos, so much so that the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi shook. Chen Pinggan tried his best to stabilize his mind. The mountains and rivers were turned upside down. A blue-clothed scholar stood on the city wall. He turned to look at the young man. "You can go back." Chen Pinggan took out a white jade hairpin and placed it in his hair. He stepped onto the city wall and squatted down. "Can you let me eat a meal and drink a pot of wine first, and then make a decision after I've eaten my fill?" Kui Dong nodded. "The important matter has already been settled. These are all minor matters." Chen Pinggan's but landed on the city wall and he fell backwards. He said that he would eat his fill, but he didn't eat or drink. He only lay on the ground, his eyes wide open as he stared at the snowy night. "You made me wait for so long. I almost couldn't make it." 7:45. Kui Dong suddenly laughed and said, "The 3 gold coins in the immortal's tomb, I have already helped you to keep them." This was a response to the saying, "A lamp in a dark room for 1,000 years will light up." It was also the hand of the immortals that created the saying, "Although the light is extinguished, the lamp remains." On the road of life, good deeds may be divided into big and small, and there may even be doubts about whether they are real or fake. However, there is no difference between good and bad deeds. Kui Dong suddenly thought of a saying, "A gentleman's heart is not good at sincerity. If you are sincere, there is nothing else. Only benevolence is defense, only righteousness is change instead of prosperity. This is called the virtue of heaven." In just 2 sentences, he was able to point out the 3 important things: sincerity, benevolence, and virtue of heaven. It was just that the old scholar spoke too much, and there were too many good words hidden in them, which made these words not so eye-catching. When the old scholar was still unknown in the marketplace, he had talked to his first student about these words many times. In the end, it was not easy for him to put these words together with other principles into a book with a light smell of ink. They were printed and sold to make money. In fact, at that time, the old scholar thought that the bookseller must have water in his head to be willing to print his untimely words. In fact, the bookseller really thought that he would not be able to sell and would lose money. It was someone who persuaded him in every way possible, and with the help of the future scholar's disciple, that he was only willing to print a pitiful 300 copies. In private, just a few students of the school secretly bought 30 copies out of their own pockets. They also successfully persuaded the rich and overbearing Alliance to buy 50 copies in one go. At that time, the first disciple of the school was the most capable. He tempted Alliance with benefits, saying that this was the first edition of the rare book, and that there would only be 300 copies. This book could be considered the only copy, and when Lao Xiu became famous in the future, the price would be at least several times higher. At that time, the youngest disciple in the school used tea as a substitute for wine, saying that he and Liang would go one by one. He even asked Liang to wait, saying that when he was older and had saved up 1 or 2 gold leaves and a few large silver ingots, he would go to Jianghu. At that time, he would come back to drink wine. To hell with the tea, it was tasteless. The heroes in the Jianghu romance did not drink tea, they only knew how to drink big bowls, not even wine cups. That was the period when the students of the literary saints' lineage were the most strained in terms of money. The few of them, drinking with the unruly Alliance, was a happy thing. But before that, Kui Dong had been drinking alone with the chubby bookseller, whose face was flushed red. Kui Dong felt that he had never been so humble in his life, especially when it came to drinking. It was as if Xiu, whose entire life's worth of flattering expressions and words, had been used in advance for this drinking session. The young man was standing, and the chubby bookseller, who had a few stinking coins in his pocket, was sitting. The young scholar held the cup with both hands, drinking cup after cup. Only then did the chubby bookseller laugh heartily and raise the cup. He only took a sip of wine, and then let go of the cup to eat. Perhaps the old elementary scholar still did not know about this matter. Perhaps he already knew about these trivial matters, but it was inevitable that he would put on the airs of a teacher, and pay particular attention to the refinement of a scholar. He was too embarrassed to say anything. In any case, he owed the first disciple a word of thanks, and so he continued to owe him. Or perhaps it was the teacher who taught and dispelled the student's doubts, and the student who solved the teacher's problems. This was a matter of course, and there was no need for both sides to say anything. When Chen Pinggan heard this, he slowly closed his eyes. His taut heartstrings had finally loosened completely. The exhaustion on his face was evident. He really wanted to have a good sleep. He wanted to sleep soundly for a few days and nights. He didn't even care about his thunderous snoring. Snow swirled about, but it did not fall on the two of them. It was like immortals cultivating in the mountains. Heat did not come, and cold did not come. Therefore, there was no cold or heat in the mountains. Previously, Chen Pinggan had been worried about the possibility that Kui Dong's methods were as meticulous as before. Then wouldn't 10 years of not eating or sleeping have all been for naught? Chen Pinggan had no idea what Zhu Mi, who was outside half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was scheming against him. However, the reason was simple. To be able to make an uncivilized person like Zhu Mi scheme against him, it must be a great scheme. Thinking of complicated things in simple terms, it was dismantling and cutting, just like how a sword could break 10,000 laws. Thinking of simple things in complex terms, it was sewing, building, and creating a small world. The matter of Chen Pinggan hiding the 3 copper coins in his hometown when he was young was extremely secretive. No matter how resourceful that Sun Go was, he would not be able to find out. Xiao, who was indeed good at understanding human nature. With one sentence, he was able to make Chen Pinggan let down his guard. Kui Dong turned his head and glanced at Chen Pinggan, who was lying on the ground, and said, "It's not a good thing to become famous when you're young. It's easy to be self-righteous without knowing it." Chen Pinggan nodded his head in agreement. This was a principle that could be right or wrong. However, for Kui Dong, it was more reasonable. There were many principles that others seemed to only say 1 or 2 sentences to you, but in fact, they were using your entire life to reason with you. Whether it was useful or not, and listening to it would not make you lose money. If you did, it would be like drinking a bowl of wine for free. Chen Pinggan knew that Xiao who was talking about that travel book of mountains and rivers. However, he could not help but feel a little resentful. Going to the other extreme and causing my reputation to be ruined, is that good? Chen Pinggan was not worried about his reputation being damaged or anything. After all, it was an external matter. However, there were still some simple-minded children on the mountain. If they saw that foul travel book, wouldn't they be heartbroken? He reckoned that when he returned to his hometown in the future, there would be a girl who would have even more reason to avoid him. Kui Dong smiled and said, "Your reputation is still better than Shanjun Wei Pai's." Chen Pinggan opened his eyes and was a little worried. He asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" Kui Dong said, "You'll know once you see it." "No need to ask me." Chen Pinggan used his saber to support himself and tried to sit up. His hands were no longer hidden in his sleeves. He stretched out his hands and rubbed his cheeks hard to dispel the heavy sleepiness. He asked, "How did the trip to Calligraphy Lake feel?" A narrow saber stood on top of the city wall by itself. Kui Dong turned his head again and looked at the cautious young man. He smiled and did not answer the question. The silver lining in the misfortune is that we still have time. Chen Pinggan's question was a small question that Kui Dong had asked the young mountain chieftain when he went to Luo Po Mountain to rub salt into the wound. Kui Dong's answer was a sentimental remark made by the Dali imperial tutor. Chen Pinggan took a deep breath and stood up. In the snowy night, the sky was dim and the earth was dark. It was as if there were only 2 people in this vast wasteland. Finally, they were no longer trapped in a situation where they were surrounded by enemies from all directions. Even if the Dali imperial tutor beside him had set up the questioning heart game at Calligraphy Lake, this scholar still came from the vast world, from the lineage of the sage of literature, from his hometown. There was no paper or pen when they met on horseback. They could only rely on their master to pass on a message saying that they were safe. It was a pity that Kui Dong did not seem to be willing to talk about the vast world. Chen Pinggan also did not think that forcing it would be of any use. Kui Dong said casually, "If your heart is as calm as a Buddha, it will make people unable to write the words of immortals in books. Therefore, Your lineage of the sage of literature can't rely on you when it comes to writing words. Chen Pinggan said softly, "It's not you, it's we." Kui Dong did not seem to hear this. He did not dwell on the words we and we. He only said to himself, "In the study room, Li Baoping and Cao Qinglang will be more promising. There is hope that they can become the pure and mellow scholars in your hearts. However, in this way, before they really grow up, others will have to work harder to protect them. You cannot slack off for even a moment." Chen Pinggan stretched out a finger and gently pressed against the white jade hairpin that had accompanied him for many years. He did not know what mysteries were hidden in it. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Pinggan was still not in a hurry to open the small cave restriction of the white jade hairpin to see the inside story. He loosened his hair again and put the white jade hairpin back into his sleeves. 2 daggers slid out from his sleeves. Chen Pinggan subconsciously held them in his hands. There was no need to suspect Kui Dong's identity. However, Chen Pinggan was used to using a certain thing, a certain thought, or a certain action to calm his mind. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would not be able to control his mind. His state of mind would be like the scene of wild grass and heavy rain. This would cause his mind to be muddy and waste a lot of his mind and spirit for nothing. Suddenly, he realized that Kui Dong was staring at him. Chen Pinggan said, "Baoping has to wear red clothes since she was young. I have been paying attention to this for a long time. In the 2 letters that I asked someone to pass on to her in the early years, there was a reminder. The 2 letters mentioned this matter. One was for Naishin to pass to Ning Yaro. The other was for Chen Pinggan to pass to the future mountain master of Luopa Mountain, his student Cao Qinglang. Then, Cao Qinglang and Li Shisheng would take the initiative to talk about this matter." Kui Dong said, "That's all?" Clearly, in Kui Dong's opinion, Chen Pinggan had only done half of it. It was far from enough. Chen Pinggan was puzzled. Kui Dong was slightly displeased. He made an exception and reminded Cao Qinglang's name. Chen Pinggan frowned. What was he trying to do? Observing the body but not the body, mirroring the water and the moon. Observing the heart without shape, bright and clear. Kui Dong shook his head, seemingly disappointed. He raised his head and looked at the 2 bright moons in the sky. He said slowly, "In an emergency, with a strong reflection, the clouds disperse and the sun shines brightly in the clear sky. I thought that after traveling away from home for so many years, with a student named Qinglang by your side, the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the Buddhist saint guarding the sky screen, you would have read up to this point. I really don't know what you have read after reading so many books." Chen Pinggan seemed to have understood something. He did not care about Kui Dong's strange words. Kui Dong retracted his gaze and shook his sleeves. He sneered, sweeping away all traces, "The moment is cool and refreshing. The true nature is deep and profound, like still water, tranquil and pleasant to the spirit, invincible. As long as you have read about this in the books, even if you know a little about the true meaning, there is no need to say that you can't get through it. So what if your state of mind is like porcelain and broken? Isn't it a good thing? The predecessors used words to pave the way. You just have to walk in big strides. Looking from the water, lowering your head to see the broken and round moon in the water. Raising your head to see the original moon, it is even brighter. The hidden official, on the other hand, is in a daze. What a good way to say that it is dark under the light. Amazing. Otherwise, as long as you have such thoughts, you would have reached the realm of jade by now. Inner demons. Even if you beg it to come, it might not come. Chen Pinggan muttered in his heart, "I'm not F***king crazy. I can read all kinds of books, remember everything, and know everything. If I know, I can even understand the true meaning. If you were my age, it would be hard to say who would be scolding who here." Kui Dong had a playful expression as he glanced at the bright red robe with disheveled hair. It was as if he was saying, "Why, after being the hidden official for a few years, are you used to floating on the city wall?" Chen Pinggan immediately said, "It's not too late to understand these Buddhist verses now. Good things are not afraid of being late." Chen Pinggan learned a lot from Kui Dong Shan when it came to understanding other people's thoughts. Chen Pinggan suddenly remembered that Xiao Hu was much smarter than Chen Pinggan at his age. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been regarded as the vice-hierarch of the Confucian Temple or the Grand Chancellor of the Confucian Temple. He was already Xiao Hu's. Kui Dong said, Zuozua wanted to bring you back to the vast world. However, he was pestered by Xiao Chuo and couldn't leave. Chen Pinggan heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he didn't come. Otherwise, senior brother Zuo's trip would be fraught with danger. Kui Dong looked at the 100,000 mountains in the south. The world has always been like this. If you can't do it, you can't do it. You have the heart but you don't have the strength. It doesn't make much difference whether you are a mountain dweller or not. Ordinary teachers have things that ordinary teachers can't do. Cultivators have things that they can't do. That's why you missed a lot. Chen Pinggan asked, for example? Kui Dong said, a lot. Kui Dong said again, a lot. Previously, Liu Cha asked the Sun and Moon Sword in South Po Suo continent. The previous hidden official Xiao Chuo killed the Ascendant Realm Zun Yuan in Tongyi continent. Bai also went to Fuyao continent. One person with 4 immortal swords, he challenged several sovereigns. After the contract was broken, Wang Zhu successfully went to Aquarius continent and became the first true dragon in the human world. Old Yang opened the ascension stage again. The sword cultivators of Northern Reed continent went south to reinforce Aquarius continent. Old Master sat on the peak of Sui Mountain and suppressed moon supporting Mountain Grand Ancestor. The Sage of Rites guarded vast world from the sky. After that, there were many other major events that were too much for the eyes to take in. Among them, the small Aquarius continent had the most strange people and events. It was the most shocking. Now, there was still the secondary sage holding up the moon-supporting mountain. Kui Shi's mountains and rivers were inverted as he stood on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, resonating with it from afar. In the past, the Confucian Temple's secondary sage and the Confucian sage's 2 lineages fought against each other. However, when the battle ended, the Confucian Temple's secondary sage and the Confucian sage's lineage worked together. It could be considered as a gentleman's fight. Chen Pinggan squatted on top of the city wall, holding onto his saber with both hands. So what if I miss it, what can I do? Kui Dong laughed. You can drown your sorrows in alcohol, since Bookworm is not here. The joy of drinking was the tranquil state of drunkenness. Alcohol could intoxicate people. After a few cups, the alcohol would be as strong as a martial artist of the 11th realm, causing people to shed layers of armor. Those who were good at drinking were wine immortals. Drunkards who indulged in drinking could allow people to ascend to the immortal and ghost realms. That was why Xiao Hu once said that alcohol was the most invincible in the human world. Chen Pinggan said, when I was at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, regardless of whether I drank in the city or on top of the city wall, senior brothers were never said anything. Kui Dong sneered, don't say such tough words in front of me. If you have the ability, say it to Zuozua. Chen Pinggan pursed his lips, I dare to say it. Don't talk about drinking. It was not hard for senior brother Zuo to lower his head and admit his mistake. As long as Mr. was by his side. Kui Dong asked, you haven't made your decision yet? Chen Pinggan said, I'll think about it again. Anyway, good things are never too late. Kui Dong did not say any more sarcastic words, because he could understand the young man's state of mind. He wanted to go back to his hometown, but did not dare to. Kui Dong once had such complicated thoughts, which was why the invitation to return to hometown was kept on the desk by the late Emperor of Dali. It was better not to return to one's hometown. Kui Dong seemed to express his feelings, looking at this strange and vast world, there is a limit to what a person can do. No matter who it is, there will always be a boundary. Words, actions, and thoughts, there is no exception. You can break the rules around you, big and small. It seems free and pure, but in fact, it is not. Since order cannot be rebuilt, disorder itself is a kind of great imprisonment, far from being truly free. You can't really do whatever you want. You can't make the world disappear with a flip of your hand, but you can raise the world with a raise of your hand. That is great freedom. Even if all things in the world become one, you can't use one to create all things. That is still not true freedom. Kui Dong stomped his foot lightly. You can destroy an ant's nest with one step. Children can still do it. What's so great about that? It's the opposite. Kui Dong raised a finger on his right hand and tapped the back of his left hand lightly. Do you know how many small worlds you can't even imagine have disappeared in an instant? Kui Dong smiled playfully. Who told you that only spirits and sentient beings are the head of all things in the world? If it wasn't for a certain great Tao under my feet, I wouldn't dare to, and I wouldn't be able to go far. Otherwise, there would be another 15th state in the world that could change the world. You might say that the patriarchs of the three sects won't let me have my way. What if I become the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple first and then go beyond the heavens? Or I might as well cooperate with Jiao Sheng from the inside. Chen Pinggan knew what Kui Dong was talking about. Porcelain people. They knew poems and songs, knew how to play chess, knew how to cultivate, knew how to ponder over the 7 emotions and 6 desires. They knew how to feel joy and sorrow. They could freely change their state of mind and cut off their emotions. They seemed to be no different from humans, but they were even more inhuman than real cultivators. Because they were born with Tao hearts, they disregarded life and death. They seemed to be puppets that were easily broken and their fates were in the hands of others. But in the past, how did the high and mighty God spirits view the human race on the ground? An inestimable what-if would change the world. Furthermore, they would rise faster than the human race, and the human race would be destroyed even faster. Chen Pinggan asked carefully, has the Aquarius continent been defended? Kui Dong laughed it off. He was asking the obvious. Chen Pinggan did not ask any more questions. Chen Pinggan was not in a hurry to return to the Aquarius continent. Kui Dong felt that he had said most of what he wanted to say. At that moment, Kui Dong suddenly did not know what to say. After all, the person beside him was not his junior brother Jun Qian, but his half-junior brother Chen Pinggan. Jun Qian was not distracted, she liked to listen, but Chen Pinggan thought too much, he liked to listen and would remember, and chew on it. But Kui Dong was unhappy. Lin Shuyi dared to question him. Tilda, aren't you good at talking? Tilda, you just tricked the old scholar into siding with you, and now you want to be a taciturn person? Tilda. Chen Pinggan seemed to have a tacit understanding, and said, all these years, I have scolded you a lot. He spoke halfway. Tilda, I have hit you a lot. Tilda, in any case, his student Kui Dong Shan could be considered half a Kui Dong. Kui Dong nodded his head, as though he was satisfied with the answer. It was rare for him to acknowledge Chen Pinggan. It was the first time he called the young man by his name. Chen Pinggan, don't think that we are the only ones working for the world. That is not the case, far from it. Just like you have indeed done some things, there is nothing to deny, but in my eyes, Chen Pinggan, as the last disciple of the sage of literature, as a scholar of the world, it is only right and proper for him to do things that are beyond the book. You and I know that this is for the sake of a clear conscience. In the future, when you suffer losses, don't ask for more from the world, there is no need. Other than the heroic deeds, in addition to the merits and demerits that are destined to be recorded in the annals of history, you also have to think about the lives and deaths of those who do not even have a name. Just like the Great Wall of Sword Qi that has stood here for 10,000 years, it should not only remember those sword immortals with outstanding killing power. Kui Dong looked into the distance, the wind and snow made way for him. Kui Dong used all his strength to look at the distant moon-supporting mountain. It was as if he saw many years ago, there was a scholar in a foreign land, laughing and talking about the world with a grey-robed elder. The latter said to the scholar, please go to the highest place, go to a place that is more knowledgeable than the ancestors of the three sects, and help me see what the true great freedom is. Ju Mi bowed and answered with 4 words, I dare not disobey. Kui Dong looked up at the sky. Is the world at peace? It is probably at peace. Then can I sit back and relax? I don't think so. Kui Dong gathered his thoughts. Chen Pinggan raised his hands and wrapped them around his shoulders, casting a mountain and river spell to casually tie up his hair, as if there was a ring around his hair. Chen Pinggan raised his eyebrows, high-spirited, and no longer looked down. I have thought it through. I want to move the mountain. In the prison of the past, Chen Pingan once said to an Ascendant Realm otherworldly demon, "We want to become strong, we want to do something for the world. We want to do something for no one else but ourselves." Kuidong smiled and said, "What do you mean?" Chen Pingan said in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter if I become a sword servant or a scabbard, after a sword strike, I will not stop falling, it is up to me. I want to ask the sword to hold the Moon Mountain. I beg senior brother, to protect me." Kuidong nodded and said, "Very good." In an instant, Chen Pingan seemed to have been immobilized. The next moment, Chen Pingan had no power to fight back, he was hit by Kuidong's strange spell and fainted on the spot. Kuidong sat aside, and a tall woman appeared beside him out of thin air. After seeing Chen Pingan safe and sound, she seemed a little surprised. She squatted down and reached out to stroke Chen Pingan's eyebrows. She looked up and asked the embroidered tiger, "Why?" Kuidong patted his knees with his hands and said leisurely, "This is the last conscience game. Whether the student can surpass the master or not depends on this." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,